Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Are we live? Hey, are we live? I think we're live. Hey, what's going on? Good morning. It is what's today's date? 10/28, October 28, 2025. Um another beautiful day in the neighborhood. Yesterday, Monday, dude. So I was like chilling, like there was like really no trade yesterday except for like the beginning of the day. All right. Like right here. Like so this was real choppy. So I chilled out all day. There was really nothing to play. They made all the money pr- uh pre pre-market and everything. So I made a little bit of money right there. Got some trades and everything. So at the end of the day, I'm just like I'm just as I wrote that I'm logging off. I log off and like 2 minutes later, this freaking spikes come out of nowhere. Out of nowhere into the power hour. So that was sick. That was sick. Like money was made. So that was good. That was a good ending of the day right there for me. Um, this is our yesterday's notes, 1027. FOMC on Wednesday. No Trump yesterday. Pre-market, we hit a high of 683, low of 682. But yesterday we hit a high of 685, 685, 54. Our low was 682, 682, 12. Pop. All right, so these were the ranges that we hit yesterday, and we actually finished. We hit that 85 in the day, so this is actually kind of big. I'm gonna pay attention to our levels today for when we get out of here. Those were our contracts. Yeah, it was around here. This was crazy. That was crazy. All right, we have 20 minutes, 10 minutes. All right, so we have to open higher than the previous day's high. So it's not going to be that much of a gap up. It will be a gap up, but it isn't going to be as egregious. So there's a chance maybe we can go back and grab yesterday's gap fill because we have two, well, three technically. We have three gap fills technically. So we gotta watch that. It's been a really tough trade, especially when everything is so tight like this. Uh, Tuesday, 28. FOMC is still on Wednesday. Still no Trump. We can get rid of that. We're gonna look for a new box range, see where we are. We don't need this. Don't need this. I have some cons. Do I have cons? I have cons. Baby girl. 10 o'clock. So we gotta really watch that 10 o'clock swing. The 10 o'clock swing is going to tell us where we're going pretty much. So we're gonna probably wait until the 10 o'clock swing. All right, pre-market. Let's get our ranges. We have 8 minutes. You know, I can just use this. It's a high 685.46. 685.46, and the low 684. 684. Is it 81, right? 81. All right. So we have our pre-market high, our low. So that's good. Still another gap up. All right. I guess we can probably put these down so we don't have to worry about them. Six, 8, 9. 6, 8, 8. 17, 80, 6, 81. All right, we're at 24. Let's get some news. That's not Bloomberg.
In some cases, reducing and what I do think is interesting this week, we've got some news all of the earnings coming out, and I briefly looked at positioning on the way over here, and positioning looking in the options market, because that's going to tell me if we're super optimistic, and I think it's going to be an interesting earnings take, because we're going to compare and contrast, because they're all on the same day, and that's not something we would normally do. But options positioning is exceedingly higher than normal, but what stood out to me was Amazon. All of them were about 1.8 to 1, so meaning there's for every put, there's a 1.8 calls, so almost 2 times more. But for Amazon, it was 2.8. So there is very high expectations for Amazon, which means if the market does not like what's said, there could be more of a sell-off.
Interesting. Okay, so even though the expectations are higher, that sets them up to potentially do worse.
Absolutely.
In the wake of the numbers. Which do you think is best positioned going forward?
Absolutely.
I believe Microsoft and Google are okay. Amazon concerns me because of those
we can move you
high
back.
numbers, but I've really how the market reacts to it. I think it's
Let's
going to be
keep some
important.
type of
And more
symmetry.
importantly, the comparison.
All right, so we got this.
And then prior,
we got all that.
of course,
Boom,
what the
boom,
Fed
boom.
says. We have
All right,
this
let's keep
market
this
at all-time
up.
highs,
1028. We
sitting
got
on 3
3
pillars, which is
minutes.
economic growth. We're seeing that, at least with the
No,
numbers and data that
926.
we
Why
can
did that look like an
extrapolate
8?
that
I'm gonna
is
keep that
earnings growth, which
there. Let's
we're
keep this
absolutely seeing,
one.
and into an easing
87,
Fed.
so that's going
Anything,
up.
stool, anything
That's,
that breaks
I
one
guess,
of those
good.
could
IWM, what are you
collapse, and
doing?
that's so important. So it feeds into what the Fed says tomorrow. That's
More
really important with the Q&A.
selling off.
Professor is extremely important.
IWM.
Moves markets. Then that will lead into markets move on earnings.
What was yesterday's
high?
high?
Expectations aren't
52,
too
so
high.
he's opening up below.
Tomorrow is just going to be a big day, but surprisingly, a low vol environment.
Interesting.
Very low volatility.
Well, we'll see how all that works out.
And that's more dropping.
Coming up on Yahoo Financial.
Whoa, what was this?
Sazi,
251.
Julia, I love year-end because you never know what you're going to get. But what you do get is usually big companies announcing large numbers of layoffs. Amazon canning 14,000 people. By the same token, we now know a lot about, like you've been reporting all morning long, Julie, Microsoft and that OpenAI arrangement. Lots of money floating around there, Julie.
Yes, lots to talk about. All right, that does it for Morning Brief. Saz's got you next on Yahoo Finance.
We're opening up. So these should open down just a little bit. This is yesterday. Gonna open slightly up a little bit. All right, let's get it. News. You can turn that off. Oh yeah, they're still watching SoFi. That's crazy. Today was SoFi earnings. $2. $2. All right, today's a crazy news day. These next couple of days, I'm gonna probably stay on all day because there's stuff that I want to see. There's stuff that I want to record. I had a thesis for yesterday, and man, oh man, that thing fucking beyond expectations. Whoa! I don't even want to talk about it because it's like that big. It's crazy, crazy. I was highly happy about that play, the way that happened, because I just wanted to see how something would happen. And man, what data is all about data. So I like to stream for data. I can go back to my own data. I can. All right, 1 minute. Ding ding. All right, we going off right now. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. I swung to 688. I sold it for 64. I had a 688 from yesterday. I got those for 7. So that's free. We're going to let that go. That's free. We're going to let that go. IWM still dropping. Tesla dropping. Nvidia going crazy. People still messing with that Beyond. That's crazy. Hood wiggle waggle. SoFi. SoFi hit 31 pre market. 31. I would have to bring it up. But SoFi is selling off. That call was this morning. All right, you know what? Let me go and get all of my levels. 1, 2, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go for our puts. 80, 81, 82. 80, 81, 82, and the 72. And the 72. All right. All right. So we waited for that, and we sold that at the best time. Okay, we got these. What is this? Okay. Okay. We can keep this. We can keep this. We can keep this. What are we looking at? This is the one. So we could, you see, today we're filling the gap today. Because this is a small gap. This is a small itty bitty gap. It's a small itty bitty gap. So we're going to just let this thing do what it does. We're not going to do much of anything today anyway. Oh, wow. Look at that thing coming up. Yeah, we're definitely going for the downside. I'm so happy I sold that when I did. Because, I mean, you don't know when you're going to come back up. Wow, those puts are starting to put. But we are going to wait. Is a lot going red? Tesla down. Hood going down. Oh, shoot. I'm looking at the wrong freaking spot. Up. I could have jumped to one of these SPY puts because we don't know when it's going to stop. I don't want to mess with it. We are going for it. I think we definitely going for it. We didn't go for it the past 2 days, but this is a small little itty bitty gap. So that can mean Steam, Nvda. Where's Nvda? Nah, we're filling the gap today. Today we're filling the gap. Today we are filling the gap. That is fine. because we can easily go higher, bounce higher. I'm gonna keep those, keeping all of those. I'm keeping all of those. I want to see that go down to 10. That's what I want to see that. I want to see that go down to 10. Do I have anything open for today? No. We didn't open up anything today. I just closed just that one contract, and I'm happy I did. I closed it right there on that first green candle right here. So I definitely got my value. I bought it yesterday for 16. It spiked from 16 to 50 yesterday. I kept it coming in today. And today it went from 50 to 60. I think it's like 66. I sold that 64. Ugh. So that was a good trade. Yeah, we want to trade from down here. We don't want to look up there. We want to, this is what we want. We want to go shopping. We want to go shopping. 7. Yeah, that's what I want. SoFi. Damn. What is Amit saying? That's brutal. Everybody was hoping for SoFi to do something besides that. All right, let's put this here. All right, I could have opened a play. I don't want to open up a play for the downside gap fill. I want to wait. Now, usually that first play is the best play, but we're going to wait. We're going to wait for like that 10 o'clock turnaround. So this is going to fall for about a half an hour. All right. We're either going to have a half an hour drop today or 2-hour drop. Or a 2-hour drop. I hope this is the half an hour drop sequence. You know, I'm just going to chill. I'm going to be really patient today. I mean, extremely patient today. No weight, no size. You know, just really slow. Really slow. Right now, my puts are up a lot. A lot. A lot. Sheesh. Sheesh. That should have been it. That would have been my trade right there. You know, I like to just do one swing. Oh, this was my trade right here. But we know we're going to fill the gap. It's so late to be opening up a play right now. 38%. I'm losing so much value. You know, now I'm trying to stop a falling knife. Like, how much money am I really going to make? Damn, this play would have been the best play. Mm. This is 65. Wow. I should have went for that freaking gap fill. Damn. now we gotta wait. Now we gotta wait. All right, so now I missed this downside gap fill play. That was a good play. That was an awesome play. That was an awesome play. It would have been an awesome play. Sheesh. I was right there because you know I like being done early. You know, now I won't have a chance to hit the higher percents, but I'm cool with a smooth 150, 200% before 11 a.m. You know, you can risk something low, and you know you're gonna get that. This is a gimme. This is a gimme. It was a small gap fill to the upside, and it was very manageable for it to come down easily without doing anything crazy to the rest of the market, and that's exactly what it's doing right now. You know, but it has to fill this gap so it can go higher. Now the what's the name? The damn, this is technical. This is so technical right here. Oh my goodness. Ugh, I missed it. I hope you grabbed it. I hope if you're watching or you're participating, you know, you grab that, because that was a definite easy trade right there. Easy trade. Shut them up. With both of these going green, this is going to aggressively go red. So today we're going to well, at least right now we can hit technicals. SoFi, no way. SoFi is doing ugly. I spelled it wrong. Sophie. Let's put you everywhere. $29. That's crazy. Crazy, dude. Oh my god, I understand these options, like, oh, not quite like the back of my hand, but I definitely got one side down, either the back or front of my hand. You know, just the other side is just a little obscure. But I'm getting this stuff, man. These contracts are, you know, technical levels and everything. This is easy. You know, anyone that knows how to trade, you know, they know this stuff. This stuff is technical. All right, here we go. This is it. All right, so now we really got to start looking. We got to keep our eye out on. These are what we want. These are what we want. We're not going to touch anything yet. I could probably just go in and just do the math. But it's going to dump more than this, by the way. It's only 946. Well, it didn't fill the gap yet, so it still has time to. Fuck! I can't believe I fucking missed this trade. Fuck. Easy trade. Easy trade. Easy trade. Easy trade. Easy trade. All right, so moving on. I'm still gonna grunt about this, by the way. Gap fill. Okay, so we fill the gap. All right, we don't know when it's going to stop. We don't know when it's going to stop. We don't know how far down, because technically we still have a gap fill going on yet. Now, the part that would really piss me off is if we fill the gap in the yesterday, because we still have two more imbalances. If we fill this imbalance, we still have two more imbalances that we have to go. So like we're still on par. This is really really good tight technicals. You know, yesterday we moved up, like we got to like 30 something points. 40 points. Sheesh. Well, these contracts are looking really good right there. They're looking really good. Well, We're going to see. And I'm damn sure not going to open up a short right now because I'm way too late. I'm throwing money away. You're throwing money away right now to open up any type of short position. You know. So we have to watch it just finish what it's going to do. All right. Here we go. All right. Wow, this one's up 90%. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. And there you go. It went through it. 82 or 82. So, yeah, that 82 put is putting right now. All right. S&P is red for the day. All right. Red candle is 949. 949. So is this it? Is this it? Is this the bottom? All right, so the contracts that I was monitoring, they did hit. They hit a really good level. Ooh, damn, that joint dropped that much. Sheesh. All right, so I have a beak wetter. Well, we're gonna see what happens with this, but this is good enough level to where we have more going red. We're gonna see where we are. All right, so the gap is filled. We're gonna see how much follow through, if there's any follow through. All right, let's put this data in. So we hit a high 687.23. That's a technical. What time? 31. So does that count? Yes, it does count. So let's go. Yo, SoFi is still bleeding? No way. No way. Ah. All right, going down. Oh, 10 a.m. consumer confidence. Okay. And usually that's the switch right there at 10 a.m. All right, so that can just be good. So that's why we're going to get this swing back. Yes, that's what it's looking like right now. All right, so we hit 685.18. 949, 685. That's my birth year. 18. What was this? This was a Lower day, low up day, going up. 3, lower day, going up. All right. Can I change these colors? Custom rewrite. Make longer. Change tone format. No, 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 no. No. All right. No. This contract. Okay, this is good. All right, so this could maybe just be the floor of the day. We don't know. We just, it could be more follow through. But, we're just going to track it and we're going to go from there. This is 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So this is a catalyst to change it. Consumer sentiment. S-E. Did I spell that? S-E-N-T-I-M-E-N. Sentiment. All right. Box range, no range, opened at 687, 687, 0303. Cool. Boom, boom. No high, no low railing. We got our contracts. All right, now we're waiting. All right, so we're going to break up or break down. We had a lot of heat yesterday. A lot of heat on Friday. We can just be cooling off. This was the easy technical level. I definitely should have played. That would have been an easy play. But I'm looking for bigger trades. But that's an easy one. That's a nice easy one. That I should have easy made a couple $100 off of. But shoot. And technically, I would still be holding because we don't know if we're going to break, up or down. The contract I bought is like teetering between a couple bucks, but I don't think I'm going to let it go because I want to see how much more downside we're going to actually see. Oh, where is you'll be down here then, right? 29.50. Okay, 29.50. That's not like buck 50. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know. It seems like an overreaction because if it wasn't that, then it's like, all right, here we go. All right, so we are turning now. Fuck. That thing jumped that price already? Oh, I was on the wrong one. No, I was on the right one. I wanted to buy another one of those. Are you serious? That happened quick. All right. Well, moving on. All right, so we gotta go to manage mode now. Like gold is bouncing back up, and Nvda is going back up. Tessie, yo, that Tessie. That Tessie. Okay. All right. So it's those. That was a bull trap. Um, gap up, filled. Gap up, filled. Gap up, filled. Consumer sentiment, 58, are returning. This could be a turn in the market. That 10 o'clock turn. It usually comes around like 10, in between 10 o'clock, 10:30, 10:15, more tightly. Well, 9:55. If they're playing 9:50, so they definitely have their time. They're very time oriented. These money makers, market makers. I'm sorry, market makers. They definitely money makers, but these market makers, they definitely look at time. More theta and everything. More theta intense strategies. Now with the newer trader in these zero dates, they definitely changed up the game, and you can see that what they're doing to these contracts. And then SoFi. All right, here go consumer confidence coming on soon, but futures is dropping. All right, this is consumer confidence right now. That's dropping at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. All right, this could be our bottom. This could be our bottom for the day. We're about to see. It might be give or take, but I'm listening to consumer sentiment right now. David Favor. Let me see if I can find it. Where is who is he? How do I not have CNBC? Do they not have a live? Oh, I'm about to say this better be about Shador. There's no, he better not be talking about nobody else but Shador talking about with that headline. Shoot, come on back, Shannon. Come on back over, Shannon. Come back over, Shannon. They don't care about you, Shannon. Just they they wave chasers, wave chasers. This is um AMD. I don't have AMD up. I'm about to say, bruh, I just put the joint up there. Whoa. Okay. All right. Awesome. All right. So we can. All right. Good. 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 Well, can you please go green? These two are freaking. They're red. Like, please. All right. All right. So, would it be hit pre-market? Pre-market. What's the pre-market levels again? Um. Whoa! Look at that VIX spike. That VIX spike. That VIX spike can be good though, because now the UVIX and the spike can just run, and we can just, because this is pretty much consumer sentiment right here. The VIX. This is consumer sentiment right here. We want these two to go um inversely. You know, with the SPY respectively to the green upside. But I mean, you know what? Honestly, I wish I didn't know some of the shit that I knew, because I would have seen the market green the past few days and said, "Fuck it, put all my money in going green." But people that know how to trade and shit, then it's like, well, we're supposed to look out for the gap fill. You're supposed to, look at the technicals. And it's like, well, sometimes you have to, throw the rules out the way, or dumb down some of the rules, or just manipulate things or move things around. But like, you know, you know, I guess I'm thinking like a quarterback. You know, if a quarterback goes, you know, he goes down, does his check downs and everything. Like if he didn't do his check downs after he hiked the ball. Now I'm not a I've never been a quarterback, so you know, but I do know that there's a point because when between the pats on the ball after they hike the ball and them shuffling their feet, they already made all their pats and everything. So that would just be like them hiking the ball instead of them doing all that shit. They just throw the ball up to like one of the best receivers. I don't fucking know. I don't know. But the market it wasn't doing what it's supposed to be doing, and that's what's making the freaking market tough to trade. Although it's like staying infinitely green, you know, money glitch, you know. But this is day 3, you know, so they got to change the playbook. The first day they did it on Friday. That's the first gap up. Cool, they got us with the gap and go. Second day, yesterday, crazy. They still popped that shit off. You know, people being ignorantly bullish. You know, you got paid for it. They're not gonna let that shit happen again. That's why we have a smaller gap to maybe now put the thought of us filling the other gap on, you know, in our heads. Because the first day, we're like, okay, we're waiting for the gap fill. The second day, it was like, okay, we're waiting for this gap fill and the other gap fill. Now we open up today. It's like, okay, it's a smaller gap. We're going to, you know, now it hit our tech, you know, it's like some technical levels and everything. What is going on here? Baby girl. Baby girl. All right, 10, 11. So they're lagging it. I mean, it can just be weakness for more to the downside, but, you know, either way, we're chilling. Baby girl. Oh, I have a sandwich too. I was like, "Ooh, brother man is kind of hungry," but I'm like, "Damn, I went to the gym. I'm about to get to the gym, and then that's when I, you know, at the gym, ching ching, bing bing. You know what I mean? Ketchup. I don't want no ketchup. I want mustard. I want mustard. I want mustard. Where my mustard at? I want my mustard, baby girl. All right, I got to I'll be back. Baby girl. got the mustard? You got mustard? Got no mustard. I don't got no mustard, Mark. Mark is hope. Damn, I got no mustard. Damn. All right. What the? Oh wow. Um. Hmm. Hmm. That's the only thing to do with it. He said 35. Mm. If you believe in the company, it doesn't matter. Uh, I'm gonna give that some room to breathe. Mm. Crap. Ew. I can actually squeeze that out. I bet. All right, so I just pretty much transferred the water ice from that cup to the cup I'm gonna drink, and I'm just gonna pour my Red Bull in it and drink from that, sip it like that. Tesla has a possible split coming up as well. Ooh, that's nasty. Tesla split, that'd be fucking sick. This is probably the time for me to get 100 shares. Mm. Oh wow, let's go Tesla. I had to get me some of that Tesla pussy. I had to get me some of that Tesla coochie, man. Man, that Tesla coochie be nice, man. You know, I think I call it Tessie. You know, Tessie got that. Mm. Yo, Tessie. Hey, 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 yo, Tessie. Hey, hey, yo, Tess. Why don't you come out, Tess? Hey, hey, Tess. Baby girl. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. That is so freaking good. Baby girl. Mm. Mm. That's good. Oh, that's delicious. Baby girl. Ooh, this is so good. Ooh. Oh, that's so good. So we're sticking to this trading strategy today. We are good. We made some money. We got a couple contracts on the line. We're doing good in the contracts. And baby girl. Mm. 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 PayPal eating today? We're etching up. Hmm. 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 Mm. I can't believe I missed a downside gap fill. Mm. You see, immediately, immediately is immediately. 9:40, 10, 15 minutes. Yep. 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 Immediately, 10, 15 minutes. Today's gonna be an all day stream. Today's gonna be an all day stream. Tomorrow's gonna be an all day stream. Thursday's gonna probably be an all day stream. Friday definitely gonna be an all day stream. Mm, mm. I urge you, if you listening right now, go get yourself a Philadelphia water ice or your favorite water ice and get a green apple Red Bull, a flavored Red Bull or something. Me, I'm using the green and the rainbow Philadelphia water ice. And you mix them. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. That stretch. Mm. Ooh. Oh, that's so good. All right. Are we moving? All right. So we had an open. Our open was 687.03. Our low, our high is 687.23. Now that's opening print versus opening trade and high trade. So that's definitely a high trade. So now that's going to tell us we're going to have to hit that 87.23 or else we're going to gap down tomorrow. Because we have a firm low. We can go lower. This is a range. No, we got infinite lower. Well, not infinite, but mm, UVIX is going green, green. Oh, more than max 7. Oh, yeah, Jensen at 12. Wait, Jensen supposed to be at 12. I forgot Jensen's at 12. Nvidia. That's what we're waiting on. That's what the whole world is waiting on, probably. Okay, that was the event today. Nvidia. NVDA. Uh, excuse me. Nvidia. We're waiting Nvidia. Nvidia had a huge spike. Did they gap up? They look like they gapped up. They gapped up. They're just filling the gap. They're just going to fill a gap just to move higher. That's all. That's what they're going to probably do. What is this? Is this Yahoo? I don't know what this is for me to grab it.
At this basic, my next target is 26,000. That's a key technical level, psychological level. It's this low that we saw at 850 this morning, an important swing low. It's a slight overshoot of the 50 EMA on this 10-minute. Like, I think a lot of people, I mean, fuck, we could probably look it up on Bookmap. Yeah, look at, can you guys see this, or do I need to move myself over here? You guys can see it right here. A lot of people attempting to target this 26,000 level. A lot of people attempting it.
Wow.
Oh, I would love to move my stop now to 35. I'm just going to be mindful of it.
Can you hear
The
this?
fact that it's still pending.
I hope
I
you
don't want to
can
move
hear
this
this.
other order, because then it could start to have that rate limit issue that we've previously seen.
And everything that AI
Where is
can
that
understand,
other voice coming
it can
from?
translate, it can generate. And so
Yeah,
that is the revolution that we're in, and that's why token
I'm like,
is
what
at
the
the core of everything
hell?
that we
Okay.
do. And ultimately, what we fundamentally do is to transform electricity into tokens, and that's what an AI factory does.
We come full circle. I've been told that you have to keep going, so we keep the show on the because you have a keynote, which is very soon. Yeah, an hour and 15. Jensen, thank you so much. We'll see you soon. So we'll actually continue this conversation because we did interrupt a little bit, and now you've got a massive crowd to watch you, so no pressure.
Oh, this is kind of cool. The whole world is waiting on this. The whole world. The whole world.
3.5 years, 400 employees, and you have done incredibly well. One of your
The
customers
whole
is BMW.
entire
Can you speak to
world
maybe this is the last question just because of timing.
is going to be
Just
watching
your
this right now.
relationships, any other customers that you might be announcing soon, please?
Yeah, we basically, we have a few customers now that we're in commercial discussions with. The goal is, like, we're looking for ability this year or next to deploy robots into the real world, run them every day, make sure we get useful, like, performance out of them.
Oh, that's the 5. Why am I looking at the 5?
Make sure we can bring humanoid robots into the real life.
ROI is a big topic, but we have to end it there.
Robots in real life. Well, yo, we're going to get a robot.
$39 billion. Congrats.
We're getting robots. Yo, we're getting robots. Yo, that's going to be crazy.
Surprise with
We're getting
Christina
robots.
and Christina, thank you so much. You're doing great out there. So science
Yo, we're getting robots. That's sick.
as fast as we can collect it, modeling everything from the atom to the atmosphere. Then this just speeds up outcomes.
No doubt. And as AI begins to supercharge quantum computing, we're on the verge of discoveries that could redefine physics, chemistry, and life itself. Here's how accelerated computing is unlocking the next frontier of human discovery.
We're going to take a giant step up in several areas.
Oh, this is sick.
For scientific computing, as well as quantum classical computing. Quantum computing is reaching an inflection point. We dedicate ourselves to creating accelerated computing stacks to enable quantum computers.
Yo.
Now we could simulate data using a quantum computer and use that as ground truth to then go train an AI model, amplify the capability of AI to be able to solve the drug discovery, the material sciences, the biology applications. It is clear now we're within reach of being able to apply quantum classical computing in areas that can solve some interesting problems in the coming years. This is a really exciting time.
Quantum computing is at the heart of the fastest acceleration that should unlock scientific discoveries. From molecules to the cosmos, AI is transforming how science models the world. And leading this conversation, we have George Church, Chief Scientist at Leela Sciences, Matt Kinsella, CEO at Inflection, Mark Tessier-Levine, co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Zyra Therapeutics, and Anirudh Devgan, president and CEO of Cadence.
Huge gap up there.
All right, Matt, let's start with you here.
Okay.
Big day, big quantum day.
Huge
Can you
gap
talk
up.
about how the mixture of, we'll call it classical computing and quantum computing is really going to change the game?
Yes, I can talk about that.
Well, that's an easy one.
First of all, first of all, thanks for having us. This is going to be a blast, guys. This is going to be a lot of fun. when we say quantum, maybe we should just define some terms because not everyone in the audience might know what that means. And so when we say quantum, we're talking about the world of the very small, the atomic and the subatomic levels. And there's a whole different set of rules that govern the day down there called quantum mechanics. And so when someone says quantum,
gravity doesn't even apply to the quantum realm.
Properties.
What?
Hi.
What's going on here? Jensen Huang, everyone. Oh, he brought us water.
I'm going to say, who is interrupting them? The only person that would be able to interrupt this is Jensen himself.
What is this mumbo jumbo about quantum? Superposition,
entanglement.
Dude, I know this stuff. Well, I know more about black holes and space, but I mean physics. It's all physics. The quantum realm don't even. A lot of our laws don't apply to that realm.
It's been an amazing
because it's so
morning.
small.
And this panel, I think, saving the best for last, Jensen. So, you know, maybe ask this. You caused a kerfuffle.
So we have a theory if we're quantum.
Last year when you made some comments about quantum. Anything you would like to revise, you know, as we're about ready to launch our quantum panel here about how Nvda thinks about quantum?
You know, I gotta tell you, I'm afraid to say a word.
No!
If I just said quantum, the stock price goes up.
No.
Quantum.
No.
Here, listen. The work that we're doing together is really important, obviously, and I think.
Look at the stock. Look at the stock, man.
Is that quantum and classical computing really
Quantum.
So that we
Oh, this is awesome.
Of quantum computing. And it's becoming very clear
It's not just the stock market, man. Like, you're learning about, like, the future.
Quantum classical
If you pay attention.
Quantum GPU computing could really help solve a lot of very sticky problems, very challenging problems associated with quantum computing. And the ecosystem and ourselves, we're doing some amazing work. It remains incredibly hard. I mean, the work you guys do, it's deep science. You know, we do deep engineering, they do deep science, and so I'm excited about the work that we're doing together.
That's cool. Deep
I
science.
won't ruin it by telling you guys what it is, but this doesn't work. It's okay. No, this is about you guys. This is about you guys. And apparently, I want to thank everybody for coming to GTC in Washington, D.C. Yeah. So the original plan, I'll be honest. The original plan was President Trump was going to be in Washington D.C. And so we brought GTC to Washington D.C. The administration's all going to be here, and then literally 2 days ago, President Trump said, "Jensen, could you be in Korea today?" And I said, I would love to be in Korea today, but I came to visit you in D.C. And so anyways, we're in two sides of the world. But anyhow, he wishes all of you well. He's going to see me in a day. And we're gonna go and support the president in his tour through Asia. You know, he's our president. We want him to be enormously successful so that America could win and America could win around the world. And so, anyways, I want to thank everybody who's here working in D.C. Thank you for your service and thank you for coming to GTC. All right, great to see you.
Oh, that was cool.
We can't wait to hear more. I
we
mean,
brought
we
up
said
Trump.
last
That was
night we are in Washington. We've heard on the panels this morning, so maybe we'll just jump to this, and then we'll come back, Matt, to that.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's an extreme need to accelerate AI. I think Jensen's been at the forefront, and Nvda leading the charge with the president, the White House, and
All right, so
Capitol
he's going to be
Hill.
on in roughly an
We
hour.
also see a lot of doomerism. You know, you guys are in what I would call long haul, you know, investigation, discovery, and execution. Talk to us a little bit about the importance of having Jensen leading the charge and Nvda leading the charge to your businesses that require decades of innovation, and maybe how you're partnering with Nvda to make that happen. Matt, we'll come back to you on that.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we have looked to Nvda as a trailblazer of how you bring deep tech out into the market in a staged, commercialized way. And so as we've thought about bringing quantum technologies out into the market, we saw them point their GPU engine at graphics to start. and then at crypto mining, and they always found the next thing until the crown jewel of large language models came around for them. And so the way we've thought about commercializing quantum is by pointing quantum at areas where there is true quantum advantage already, like timekeeping, and then quantum RF sensors and antennas, and on the trip to that crown jewel of quantum computing that will do things that classical computers can't do. And so we've really used them as a...
We were supposed to get quantum computing like years ago on not a consumer level, but
many ways, and including one of them is how to
probably
commercialize
in retail or something.
Absolutely. Do you have any comments on this, George?
Well, I totally agree. I think that another early stage thing that we can do that roughly
Be careful what you say.
is natural computing.
Be careful what you say.
Where the best
The world's watching,
simulation of a particular
listening.
system is the system itself. It's 100% accurate, and there's certain systems where we have the synthetic ability to make them even more cheaply than we can compute. But they're definitely quantum. They're very complex systems are possible.
For sure. So, Anirudh, you could have been on any one of these panels, all five, given how broad your company operates in. But I do want to ask you about how is AI accelerating all the way going from the chip to the entire system. And as we heard from our panelists before you, also into electrical and cooling systems and the power grid.
Yeah, first of all, great to be here.
It tastes good, girl.
So for people who are not familiar with Cadence, Cadence basically makes products to design chips and electronic systems. And we have a long history of working with Nvda. We have worked with Nvda for more than 20 years. And it's remarkable to see, what Nvda has become and, under Jensen's and what it will be going forward. Now, I think the key thing for chip design and also now chip and systems are merging together is there's a lot of deep science in it. So basically our products
Deep
are
science
software products, which is a combination of
is that layman's for
plus physics.
you peons aren't going to understand what we're saying?
Needs to be optimized. And what AI can do is it can provide the next level of innovation, the next 10x productivity improvement, because chip design itself is exponential. So if you look at chips now, by 2030, the chips will be 10 times bigger. The systems will be 30, 40 times more complex. So we need the next level of productivity improvement that AI automation can provide. So to me, it's a combination of AI, the basic science, the ground truth, and accelerated compute. This is what I've called for a while the three-layer cake. And all three layers of the cake have to work together with AI, the ground truth, that's still very important. And then accelerated computing. And the interesting thing with accelerated computing, especially, I always wanted for a long time, combination of CPU and GPU. And Nvidia has fabulous GPUs, and GPUs have become much more general purpose as Nvidia has latest generation. But with
You were able to do some Bitcoin mining back in the day off of CPU.
Blackwell, the fact that CPU, GPU are close together gives a very great foundation platform to build science and AI on top of that.
Before we go to the next one, maybe just an announcement to everybody in this hall. Jensen is beating you over to the keynote. So I've been advised to tell everybody in this hall they need to make their way over to the keynote to grab your seat so that Jensen's not over there alone. Meanwhile, we're going to continue this conversation. One of the things, that has been a promise for a long time is how AI or how technology is going to advance human genomics, advance drug discovery. And I would say that there's been a lot of promise, and there's probably been less success than the world might have thought 20 years ago in terms of the transformation that would come. It feels to me like we've been laying down the tracks, right? The groundwork, the primitives for these big breakthroughs. And so my question to you is, are we on the verge of really solving problems that we've been talking about for the last 25 years? Do you think the
Yes, we have our first T1000 in production now.
Because of where we are in AI, and anybody who wants to chime in, but we'll start here.
Right, so I think we're at an inflection point, absolutely, and it's for the reason you mentioned. The tracks have been laid down, and there have been advances just in the last few years that have made it possible to achieve liftoff. If you think about the problem of drug discovery and the conundrum that we face, today when you start working on a molecular target to make a drug, make the drug, take it through clinical trials, and get FDA approval. On average, that takes 13 years. Nine out of 10 drugs that enter clinical trials fail. The overall cost, including the failure, is about
So that's
$2 to $4
13
billion
years
per drug, and it's not improved in the past 20 years. And that's because drug discovery is still very artisanal. A lot of science, yes, but a lot of art, intuition, empiricism, trial and error. And at the highest level, AI, the promise of AI is that with the right kinds of data and the right amounts, we should be able to transform this from
Not a trial and error.
an artisanal endeavor into an engineering discipline with much higher success rates and shorter timelines. I think in terms of the inflection point, if you think about there are multiple applications of AI in the drug discovery platform. One is at the level of logistics, if you will, designing clinical trials, recruiting patients. There, the advances with large language models are already being put into action. We're seeing companies across the world implementing this to improve the efficiency of recruitment, identifying patients,
I wonder, is Amit
filing
talking to
reports to
Tanner?
the FDA.
He's probably
All of those
watching
things
this.
are being accelerated in a dramatic fashion. The second area is in molecular design that's been touched on in the movie, and you talked about it, where instead of screening for drugs, we're designing drugs. Just as you can ask, Sora to make a movie of two puppies playing on the beach, you can take a protein and say, I'd like to make an antibody, a drug-like substance that attaches itself in just the right way, and have the AI design it. A lot of action there, but the advances are recent. The Nobel Prize a year ago went to two groups, the DeepMind group, Demis Hassabis, John Jumper, and David Baker, our co-founder, for advances just in the past few years, AlphaFold, RF diffusion, RF antibody, that make it possible. So we didn't have those technologies 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, so that's prompting that acceleration. And then the last area, in some ways the hardest one, is understanding human disease, human biology and human disease, and getting those insights to figure out what should we make drugs to, and who are the patients who are going to respond. AI is just entering that area. That's also, I believe, going to build over the next few years, but we're seeing acceleration, very rapid acceleration in the first two. That wasn't possible until a few years ago, and we're going to see increased acceleration in the third.
George, same question to you. Are we on the verge of a new cycle time in terms of discovery? Is the promise, I look at discovery and invention, and these are nonlinear systems, right? And it feels like we're at a moment, because of all the technologies that we're talking about, that a lot of this promise is going to come to bear. What are you seeing through the lens of Lila?
Yeah, so this is definitely an amazing moment. There's the intersection of exponentials that have been occurring both in computation and in biology. For example, 20 million-fold reduction in cost of sequencing. And that's something we use not just to study the populations, but to guide experiments, to interpret experiments, and so forth. Just that analytic tool. But our synthetic tools are also getting better. I mean, our confidence in having low toxicity and high efficacy is making the clinical trials shorter. The record now, as far as I know, is baby KJ, which was 7 months from birth, diagnosis to cure with a gene therapy. And we are really actively using not just the dichotomy between screening and analysis and prediction, but putting them together. So you can use AI to design as well as you can, but then you make big libraries because there's some modesty that you can't necessarily design the perfect thing, but you can make these big libraries, and that combination is much more powerful than either one of them separately. So for example, at Dino and Manifold, we've made proteins that target the nervous system 100 times better, and they detarget the liver, where you can get toxicity and absorption of the valuable drug. So those are just examples. This is happening now. This is not dreamy stuff off in the future. Yeah.
Exactly.
So before I go to the next question, I have a public
So what anime did they watch?
The pregame show is
And
actually
they're
being
like, yo.
broadcast inside of the hall. So as much as I'm sure
Yo.
you want to hear Brad and I and the guests, Jensen is
This
a
is
bigger
it. I mean, it
show,
starts with a
and you wanna
dream.
make sure that
You know,
get
it
your
starts
seat.
with you gotta
Thank you very
have
much. Okay, now to your
imagination with
regularly
anything.
scheduled
You know, if you
program
can't
here.
see it.
One thing I want
My
to add
cousin
on
told me that quote
Please.
a long time ago.
Molecular science division,
And
they're working
this
with
was
one
a
of the pharma
lesson
companies. Because a lot of the
uh,
mathematical science is similar
through
in chip
pool.
design, which is very
He's a
nonlinear
pool
to
expert.
drug design. And something to watch
Pool
because
expert.
is how much of the work is done
Man, this
on the computer
guy is
versus how much of the work is done in
amazing
the
when it
lab.
comes to pool.
And if you look at like three big
And
areas
you
that
know,
I'm
we used to
involved
hang
in,
out a
one is chip
lot, and he
design,
used to
and
teach
there
me how to
99%
play
of the
pool,
work
and
is
I
done
was
on the
getting like
computer.
really good at
And
everything.
get
He used to
first
sick
time
me
right
on
silicon.
people. I used to
And
get
the
him
second part
sometime,
is
you know.
system design,
But he used to
design
tell
for
me,
planes and data centers and cars.
if you can
Okay,
see
over
it,
there, 20% of the work is done
you
on the
can do
computer. 80% is still done on
you
the
know.
physical work.
He said,
And
if
then
you
you
see
go
the
to
shot,
drug design,
you
molecular
can make
design.
the
I
shot.
think only few percent of the work right now is done on the computer,
You
and
know.
most of it is done. That's why the
Thinking about it
design
right
times
now,
are so long. Okay, so
you
what
know,
happened
art's
in chip
subjective,
design is
you
most
know,
of the work
and
moved to the
people
computer,
can
and
see
then you can do
things
modeling,
that
which
way
is
too.
accurate.
You know,
Then
everyone
you do
don't see things the
simulation
same way.
and
You
optimization,
know,
which
I
is
can see
basically
a shot,
design.
but of
So the
course
more
he's
the
better,
modeling
he's
is
more
accurate, more
experienced.
simulation happens, more
He's going to see
optimization with
the
AI
shot.
can make drugs
I'm
happen.
going to see
So
a
I think
shot.
it is
He's
definitely
going to
on the
see the
verge.
shot.
But if you compare to other established areas, it is still very, very early days.
There's a
in drug
difference.
Yeah, so Anirudh, I have. Oh, no, please go ahead,
I
Mark.
just want to add in terms of this transition to go from a few percent to 10%, 20%, 30%. Part of that is having accurate simulations. Eric Schmidt has a saying
have
that is,
imagination.
I think, very profound, which is AI is to biology what math is to physics. Currently, for physical objects, you can model them using the equations of quantum mechanics or other things. For biology, we don't have equations. AI is the tool to make sense of biological data because AI can see patterns where we can't with the human eye. Of course, you have to feed the right kinds of data for that. So what we're in right now is a moment where we and others in academia and other companies are generating massive amounts of data to train AIs that will understand biology so we can have more and more of that stack in silico.
They say now there's robots that can perform heart surgery better than I think the top 90 percentile of doctors, like 90 or 95 percentile or 99. It's some crazy percentile of doctors.
Than the United States
And
does,
this was
yet
like
we
years
have
ago
10x
when I
data
heard of that.
centers,
And I mean, listening to
that
what
they
these guys
do,
are saying
and
now,
probably
and
even a lot more compute
to the all
power.
that
What
info. Is that Jensen up there now?
Disparity in, I'm not talking about trials, I'm just talking about
No.
the creation
And
of
you know, so you can only imagine,
behind,
and then think about like all the
needs to be done
animes
to
that we, you know, watched growing up in the
I wouldn't say
80s,
we're
the
falling
90s,
behind,
you know, all
necessarily,
that
because there's
futuristic tech and everything. Then of
quantity of
course,
drugs and there's quality.
you
I mean,
know,
your
later on in
game-changing
2000s
drug
and
is
everything,
one
but
that
more of like the
reverses
80s
aging,
and
because 90% of
90s.
us is going to die
Think
from
about
that.
how futuristic
But
they were
you can make a
thinking,
whole
you
lot
know.
of Me Too drugs that don't really
And
solve
and a
problems.
lot of that
That's
stuff
part of it.
is
I think
like,
in
you know,
addition,
today, you know,
they do
even,
have
you know,
some
go back to
advantages.
Star
Like they have
Trek,
this IIT system,
you know, with the
investigator-initiated
wrist
trials,
wrist
which
phones,
are
you can
very
talk through your
streamlined
wrists, and you know, now you got the
seem to be dodging
wristwatches, you can talk
anything
to
having
people,
to do.
text, pick up phone
They seem to
calls,
not be running into
FaceTime
problems
with
with
your wrist.
toxicity. With the focus
You know,
on
we have
lowering that toxicity problem. So I think
automatic
it's healthy
driving
competition,
vehicles,
but I
you
think
know,
we're
road
quite a bit ahead,
vehicles.
partly because
In
we are
Asia, they
integrating
have flying
communication
vehicles. They
so
have
smoothly with it
all-terrain
right now.
vehicles
No,
that
I
can
appreciate
damn near
the
drive over a
clarity,
mountain
on
and
that for
then take
sure.
you across the lake.
One of
You
the
know,
questions,
um,
and
you know,
feel free to chime
technology
in
is
there as well, but
amazing.
one of the questions
You
I
know,
have around quantum
it's amazing nowadays.
is
It's
I think for
beautiful.
the average
You know, it's
investor,
good to be a part of it. You know, each
the
generation
average
gets his
observer,
taste
they
of,
see these
you
stocks
know,
flying.
technology. You know,
They
you
think
have to
it's
insert
part of the
yourself.
meme
You know, it's
bubble
not.
that exists in the world.
You're going to be a
They have
consumer
no
of it,
idea
yes,
when
but
the benefits will
you know, it's
come.
better to insert yourself so then you can
So
actually
for
learn
somebody
how to use
leading
it.
a company, like Inflection, where you have real customers that are leveraging this today,
You know, like I know how
help the viewers at
to.
home understand, like, what is the
I know how to use a
important
ledger,
consequence
you
for
know, a
making these
Bitcoin ledger,
investments?
you know, so if someone wanted
Are
to,
the stocks
you know,
today
protect
in the
their
quantum
Bitcoin,
universe, are
you
they
know,
ahead
I know how to do it
ahead
in
of
a
themselves?
very safe,
Like, do
secure
we have
way
some of these mini bubbles
that,
where
you
everything
know,
is getting pulled up? And
although
because I
I
think
am
deflating
there,
that
there's
and
steps that I
providing a
can
real set
do
of context is
to
important
take
for the
to
longevity of the industry.
ensure you that I can't get a hold of your
Brad,
password and
just
everything,
for
you
some
know, I can be
context,
right
and
there
you know
next to
this,
you,
but
you
before
know.
I came to be CEO of Inflection, I was an investor.
And you can
for
protect your
19 years.
Bitcoin.
And so,
That
one
happened
of
to
the things I
me.
did learn as an
I
investor
had my
is
ledger.
never, give
I
stock
lost
tips
my
to
ledger.
friends,
I
just don't
had
get me
my
wrong.
password.
But more than
I have
50% of
sloppy
the time,
handwriting,
so
and I
I will
still
not done any commentary
I have
on,
very
you know,
sloppy
the
handwriting,
stock
and I mess up
prices
a word.
of
So it took me a
crypto
couple
quantum
years
companies. But
to
what I will
find
say
help, and I
is
got help
the
to
reason
help
this
me out
matters
with
is going back to where we
not
started,
hacking
unlocking
into my
the
ledger, but
power of
getting
quantum
into my
mechanics
ledger.
and turning
Like
that
there's a
into
sequence.
products will
And
result
this
in
guy, he
orders of
knew that
magnitude
sequence. I
improvement
knew
in
everything
those
up
types of
until that
products.
part.
And so we're
But
not talking
even then, I was
50%,
still trying
we're
to
not talking
crack it
100%,
because
we're talking
I
10,
knew
10,000,
about the
1 million
sequence.
X
But
improvement in performance.
again,
And so going back to what I was saying about how we
I
followed
knew
Jensen's
there was a
strategy
shot,
on how to monetize
but
and
he knew the
commercialize and
shot.
build
You
the
know,
market for
so
ourselves and for them, and
our
actually
two
kind of show
levels
the
of
world
knowledge right there
that
is
quantum has real
different.
advantage
But
today,
although
because
I
we
do
pointed
know
this at areas where it already does
more
have
than
those
the
types
average
of
person,
10x,
it's just that
10,000x, 1
he
million x improvements in
specializes
performance. And
in
so
that. I just know how to
RF antennas,
access
things like
it,
this,
function
sensing,
it, look at the
those are real
different
market
currencies
opportunities
on
to
it,
your point, where there's
send
real
currencies between people,
customers
between
and partners
wallets,
today.
stuff
So
like
part of
that.
it is, I think you can look to other
Um,
areas than quantum
I gotta
computing
look
to
at my
see
ledger.
real
I
quantum
had
advantage. Now, when
I
will we
had
see advantage in quantum computing? That's the big question everybody wants
so
to
I
know,
bought
right?
Ether back in like
It all comes down to logical
2016,
qubits.
2017. I didn't
Logical
unlock it
qubits
until
are
like a
really the
couple years
keys to the
ago.
kingdom
So
in
Ether
quantum.
was
This
at
is
like
one of the ways that
30
AI and
something,
quantum
like
are really
3,500
going
a
to
coin or
interact
something
and
like
be
that. I got
tightly
Ether when
coupled
that shit was
because AI
dollars.
helps us get to logical
And I had
qubits
a lot of
faster.
that.
Because logical qubits are
So,
error-corrected physical keys. So they're sort of these pristine
investing
qubits that
and
you can
being
actually use to do
aware, being
computation.
present is
So
important,
up until
especially
2023, the world
for
did
your
not
age
have
group. So
logical
anyone
qubits yet.
around my
It wasn't
age in
even,
their
we weren't even
40s,
sure if
I'm
we could get them.
40.
In 2023, we
So
saw the first
anyone,
logical
plus
qubits.
minus,
Today,
5 years,
Inflection and a handful of
you
companies
should
have logical
have your
qubits. We
finger to
announced
the
that we have
pulse on
12
something that's
as
going
of a
on
month ago.
in
And
this
it's
world
generally
around
believed
you
that
when it
about
comes to
100 logical
technology.
qubits, you'll start to see quantum advantage in
You should
areas
be
like
aware of,
material science.
a
You
lot
get
of
to
the stuff
1,000
that's
logical
going on. I'm
qubits,
not
you'll
talking
start
about
to
the
see quantum
futuristic
advantage in
set and
areas possibly
anime
like
and
drug
everything,
discovery.
but
And as you
or
scale
even
those
the
logical
ledger,
qubits, you'll see quantum
But
advantage
if
in
you're
areas
in
beyond those.
Bitcoin, if you're
So I do
in
think this will be
the
absolutely
cryptocurrencies back in
game-changing technology.
2016
I
and
left a
17,
great career at a
then
firm
you
called Maverick Capital
should
to come
know
do
about
this
a ledger.
full-time because I
You
see
don't
the
necessarily
opportunity
have
ahead
to
is
have
absolutely
one,
huge.
but you should know.
So I have to ask
You should know
George and
that
Mark, I mean, you're using
you should know about them.
GPUs today.
You don't have to
We'll call that,
get into
it's
it.
hard to
I
call
start
GPUs
specializing
classical
into it, but
computing. I think that is
not
CPUs.
the
So
recovery
CPUs
side.
to GPUs. How are you looking to quantum
But if someone knows what they're
to help
looking for,
change what
they
you're
will
doing?
they
Because
will
quite
find it.
frankly, if I look at the algorithms that they're
But
working on and what they do,
yeah, I was
it would
happy
seem like
that
there would be an
it sucked that
opportunity,
I lost my
maybe
physical,
not immediately, but maybe
but
in the
I
future.
knew all throughout those years. I'm like, all right, I just got like I had my
Well, in terms of
password, so I wasn't
the
worrying about
which kind
that.
of going from
So I'm just
CPUs to GPUs
I was
to
chilling,
quantum.
and I had Bitcoin on it too.
When we're going to have a
I had
world,
some
I mean,
Bitcoin
listen,
on it too.
nothing,
It was
as we
nice.
know,
It was
nothing goes
it was a
away.
really
We'll
nice
always
find.
have CPUs,
Right.
GPUs,
It was a really
we'll have
nice find. I'm
quantum,
not
which
gonna.
will
So,
assist it.
Excuse me, I'm not
we're
gonna
like
lie about that.
many companies like
All right,
ours
this is
that
real
are
flat. We're not doing
applying
it.
AI to molecular
We're not gonna do
design,
anything until
AI to
Jensen.
develop foundation models for
Jensen is the
biology.
event
We're
today.
big consumers of GPUs.
I don't know if we're gonna
Obviously,
get Trump. Trump is
what we're doing.
over there,
There's certain applications
but I don't think we're gonna
where
get
really
Trump. So
having
I'm
the
gonna
power
delete
of
this
quantum computing would come in very, very handy, particularly for molecular dynamics
because
simulations, which right now
let's put a
require
slash there.
basically much more
Let's put a
compute than
slash
what
here
we
just
like
so
to
we can
deploy.
separate
So we see
everything.
lots
I
of
like
use
that. I'm gonna
cases
start
where we
putting
could
that in
leverage that kind
to
of technology.
separate events.
For now, we're
That's
we
nice.
can run with the technology that's being made
That's
available
nice.
by Nvda today.
That's a nice touch.
I mean, one thing to add on
1028.
quantum, and we work with a lot of the quantum companies as they design their computers, and quantum is very promising, especially for
See,
certain
we're just waiting for
applications. It can
we're
get
just waiting for
used
Jensen.
speed up. So we are
Just waiting for
closely
Jensen.
watching when it gets to scale.
This
But
huge
I think
gap
future
up.
will be hybrid.
This is
I think CPUs are still important.
may not
GPUs
feel
are
gap because
phenomenal.
this can just
FPGA
be
is
a
custom silicon. So I think it's not an either
Fibonacci
or thing.
retracement.
Quantum will have
So
certain
I'm
big
sure you
applications.
definitely
It
hit the
will give
38%
dramatic speed
level.
up.
Some
But all the
more
other hardware
than no, that's
platforms
more.
will
That's
work
60 something.
together.
Sheesh, that's way more.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can maybe
just
come
as
back down to fill the gap,
GPUs
but
layered into
either
the
way,
data
it's going to
center
go back up.
enabled new capabilities of what we could do with compute, QPUs will start to slowly layer into the data center.
Someone
and
directed
just
me to
expand what we can do with
babypips.com.
compute, and I think
That's
it'll
where I
result
learned
in
how to
more
trade.
CPUs and more GPUs being deployed and sold.
I'm gonna check
because
that
we'll be
website
now
out.
addressing problems that just weren't able to be addressed with compute historically.
I mean, maybe one of the, as we begin to reflect on the day, heading into the keynote with Jensen,
You're
You know,
heavy on
in my
crypto
world
now?
of investing, the talk really is about
No way.
and whether we're
News
ahead of
analyst,
ourselves.
no.
That's where we started the
Learn
conversation. I think it's super important that we kind of steal people's minds for the fact that this is not a
It was the
straight line
Forex
up
trading.
and to the
Oh my
right.
God. Start course, test
You know, as
yourself.
we look ahead. So as you take yourself out of the position of running your companies, but just as an observer of technology ecosystems over a long period of time, when you hear all of the deals announced over the course of the past many weeks, trillions of dollars of compute that's getting built, what concerns you the most, right? As you're running your company, as you look ahead, what do you think could upend us? What do you think might be that risk that causes this to slow down or us to get ahead? Are any of you concerned about, you know, kind of the dark fiber and the GPU overbuild that you certainly hear talked about on CNBC?
This should be fun.
Well, let me start. And I mean, what is
All
promising
right,
for me
support
to
and
see
resistance
is that,
levels are ascension.
you know, there is still a lot of
Technical
demand from our
traders says
customers,
how much
the
you
big
know.
companies, to build more and more compute.
All right, support
And the
resistance.
way I think a lot of people don't quite grasp that there are multiple phases of AI in my mind. And we are in the Horizon 1 or first phase, which is the infrastructure build out, okay? Build out for on the cloud, on the edge. But there is Horizon 2 and Horizon 3 phases, which can be even bigger. So the first phase is infrastructure, LLMs, you know. And if you look at that first phase, I still see, talking to all the big customers, years of growth in compute and AI capability. But what is even more encouraging to me is phase 2, which I've always said for years is going to be physical AI. You know, AI is not going to be restricted to the cloud and to software
If you
applications.
buy
It
when
will
the
move to the physical world, which is cars, planes, drones, robots, and that could be trillions of dollars of monetization. And then phase 3, even though we are already doing science now, but science is AI to me is a Horizon 3 application with drug discovery, with material science. I mean, these are trillions. So I think we are only in Horizon 1.
Yes.
And talking to customers and partners, Horizon 1 still has years of legs. And then you add Horizon 2, which is physical AI, Horizon 3, which is sciences AI. I mean, this is a long way to go still.
It's a great framework. And I think we're seeing the same thing in our field. In phase 1, the availability of the algorithms and the compute means that it makes sense for us to try to generate data at scale. Previously, we couldn't have made use of those data or interpreted them in the right way. So we're going to have that build out. We're going to see the permeation of AI in all aspects of the laboratory. That's how people will analyze their data. It's going to become just routine and baked in. So I see steady growth, and especially with automation of the kind that George is thinking about. But also, I think it's important to try to set expectations right. It currently takes 13 years.
Ooh, how many tops is usually double?
Having FDA approval. We're not going to get it down.
What? 3? What you waiting for? What you talking about? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know about what you waiting for. The fuck? Taking all that time. What you waiting on?
To patients.
When
But we have to
drawing
be realistic.
trend lines.
Some of the AI companies that started before we did are already going very quickly from starting a project to getting into clinical trials. One of the ones, there's one that announced recently, within 2 years, they went from starting a project to getting clinical trials. Normally it takes about 5 years to do that. So I think we're going to see meaningful improvements, but you also have to be realistic.
We already have an example of 7 months. Yeah. So let's not say that it's that far off necessarily. Right. And to the hybrid strategy, I think we already energy is going to be a big thing. And if we look at biological intelligence, the energy consumption there is 12 orders of magnitude better if you talk about petaflops per watt.
No, descending
so we need to look at that as an example.
No,
so we'll have
lower
hybrid
highs
systems.
and lower
We've already
lows.
made single molecule transistors.
You know what? I think I'm getting some of this mixed up between Forex and like option trading.
Molecular.
I think they're fucking up on some of that shit.
So hybridizing with quantum.
Generally, the blink of a channel
looping back to Brad's initial
is considered
question,
to
which
be
is the bubble bearers.
A what zone?
It sounds
Generally,
like, and I say this tongue in cheek because I'm an optimist, is you could do some pretty useful things with 100x or 1,000x more compute. I mean, you could make life-saving drugs out there and things that can literally cure diseases that have never been cured before.
I mean,
Conservative way would be to stop. Conservative way.
Investment cycle going on here,
What
and
are you
it's a return needing to
doing?
be earned on these investments, and so I think it all comes down to, do you believe a return is going to be earned on these investments? And I guess you could say, are the investments leading to useful things? And it sure seems like they're going to be useful. And so the question is, what kind of return are they going to earn on these investments?
Retest the broken support.
And these multiple
Oh, I think this is a more expert question.
Infrastructure AI, physical AI, sciences
Actually,
AI. In physical AI, when we deploy
wait for the
AI
price to
robots
retest.
or
Yeah,
cars,
for the retest.
of course, the car itself has an inference
Retest the
chip, like in a
broken.
Tesla
Yeah, I think
or
it's
a robot.
retest by
But the model, the new
when the
world
price
model,
passes
still has to be
convincingly
trained
through.
on the
Yeah,
data
it's that word
center.
convincingly.
So not only the infrastructure AI is strong because of software
Convincingly, what the
when
fuck?
physical AI happens, it reinforces the data center.
Convincingly,
With
no, it's a
sciences
retest.
AI,
You're
it will
looking for
reinforce
that.
the data center,
You're looking
and
for
also
that
in medicine, there'll be a
retest
lot of
breakout.
robotics that helps. So these layers not only are good by themselves, they reinforce the previous layer.
Gentlemen, this has been an amazing conversation. Science
What
and quantum.
time
We got a
is it?
special guest,
Science and quantum.
Jensen
That is
Huang,
true.
come up
That's
here
so cool that
and
this is
literally add some serious
a
value
stock,
here. So thank you very
a
much.
freaking
And
stock talking about like
hopefully I'll see you
quantum
on the
shit and
floor.
everything.
Thanks.
That's kind of
Great
cool.
job moderating, guys. Thank you.
I watch like
Let's check
stuff on
back in with CNBC's Christina
documentaries on
Partsinevelos.
black holes. I see,
Christina,
and I
we're
have
talking
books and
here
I
about quantum
read books and read
systems
books
and a lot of science.
about black holes.
What do you think is the
And
smart
a lot of
investor
a lot of that.
Wow,
There's a
way to
lot
put
of
me on the
literature
spot.
in there
Remember, I'm
about
a journalist,
quantum.
right? So I got to remain unbiased. And I actually am going to pivot and deflect your question because I don't want to weigh in on quantum, even though I'm learning
I don't want
quite
to
a
scratch the
bit
screen
from
like that.
just even how to stabilize
I'm
the
trying to wipe my
atoms.
screen down, but
One of the points that
dirty.
Jensen was on
If
the
you
panel with you
buy
very
when the
quickly,
price
he spoke
falls
about having
toward
GTC here in
support
DC because he
and
thought President Trump
sell
was going to be here, and then 2 days ago he
when the
moved on
price
to Korea, and
rises
we know
towards
why.
resistance,
Could you
what are
guys
you
both
doing?
maybe weigh in on perhaps China reopening as a market? Because I know it was a financial conference not too long ago where Jensen Huang said that they're 100% out of China at the moment. They're still working on getting those licenses. So maybe Brad and Pat, you could both weigh in with your thoughts on the Chinese market and what we could expect out of conversations later this week.
Well, Christina, I mean, it's an extraordinary week.
Stop.
The president starting in Malaysia, going to Japan today. And then we just heard from Jensen that he's going to meet the president in Korea.
Crazy.
And if they get a deal done as speculated with China, I think it's an extraordinary tailwinds to the market writ large. Remember, if you think about where we were in April of this year, the NASDAQ was down 20% on the year. Everybody was panicked about whether or not tariffs would upend the global economy. Now it seems like we've landed the plane on global tariffs, that we've gotten the big, beautiful bill passed, as you know, out of Washington. And now we're into a rate cutting cycle. I think that there's a very good chance because logic is on the side of Nvda. Nvda had 95% market share in China. Today it has 0. If we want the world to run on the American AI stack, we ought to be competing everywhere in the world with America's AI technologies.
Well,
that's
the
including
higher
in
low,
China.
flat angle
And so
to
to me,
create a
it'll be an
sideways
interesting
horizontal
question.
channel.
Do
I
Secretary
don't know
Bessent
that.
and the
I mean,
president,
that's
use
the only
rare earths
logical
in some of these
thing.
trades that are going on
But I don't
to
like
allow
that.
chips to be sold in China. I
66.
certainly know where Nvidia stands on this. And as
Some of
Jensen
those I
and
got
talked on my
wrong.
podcast, there are some of those
They
who
were
say
wilding.
all he cares about is selling more chips.
They were definitely
Those of us
wilding.
who know Jensen know that he's an American patriot first.
Trend line,
and he wants the
channel.
U.S. to win the AI arms race. When it comes to AI, 40% of the researchers and developers in AI are in China. They would prefer to use the CUDA ecosystem and build on NVIDIA chips. So let's hope that certainly, if not this week, that in the weeks ahead, U.S. chips are back in China. I think the markets are currently saying
but it
no
takes 3 to
NVIDIA
confirm
chips
the
in
trend line.
China.
I don't know, man. If it takes 3, technically, I don't know. But what you waiting on?
We'll see.
You know that price was tested 2 times and it failed. Why do you need third for the confirmation? Unless they said buy it on that third. If that is this what they meant?
both the import and the export portion of that.
No,
But
they're
I actually
wrong.
have a special guest right next to me that we can continue this China
Do not
conversation if
ever
you guys
draw
don't
trend
mind and
lines
give
by
you a little bit of a
forcing.
break.
No, you don't
Anirudh, you just
force.
the
I do
TV
know
magic. You
that.
just
They did
came
not
off of
fit
set.
right. Then
This is
I
the
wish I
first
can
time I'm
see
meeting
that
you cold
question.
turkey like this, so thank you for doing that quick move. Congratulations on your quarter as well. I was going through the transcription last night, and there was a few things that stood out. You said EDA
Oh, so
tools
this
would
is a
become
chapter.
standard. More specifically, you said, quote, monetization approving over
Wow,
2 contract
I love
cycles.
this thing.
So when could we start
I
to
think
see
we're
more
gonna probably do
meaningful
this. Some of
revenue
this.
from this shift, if
Terms
you're
of
saying
the
just within the
most
next 2
common form of
contract
technical
cycles?
analysis.
Yeah, hi
Yeah.
Christina, great to be
I know,
here.
What's
it was
going
like
on
a
over
hard
here?
question, boom, right into it.
Well, we announced our earnings yesterday and we raised our outlook for the year, both from a revenue and EPS standpoint. So we are very pleased with the performance. Our revenue this year is going to grow 14%. And we always focused on revenue plus margin, and our operating margin will be close to 45%.
Greg.
So we are pretty pleased with how we are able to
I'm
monetize,
trying to take it up
of
there.
course, chip design and AI applications into chip design.
But sir, maybe I'm not understanding. So does that mean in 2 cycles from now we should see a meaningful increase? Is that what you're implying in that statement?
No, my statement is that we are also.
Oh, don't put words in my mouth,
Cadence
bitch.
has like 2 groups that are
Bitch.
participating in AI. So one is
The world
design
is
for
watching.
AI, the other is AI
Chill.
for design. So when I say design for AI is the build out of the AI infrastructure. So we're working with most of the big AI companies as they build out chips and compute. And my
I would
comment on
want
2
to see.
contract cycles
I want to
on the second
rewind
part,
that
which is AI for
so
design.
bad.
So not only we are helping out build the AI infrastructure, we are applying AI to our own products to make them more efficient.
Don't put words
And
in
in
my
any new
mouth, man.
technologies, we are very positive on the impact of the technologies, but we are always prudent in terms of when it will translate to business. And normally we have seen over the years that it takes some time as customers try it and then deploy it. So the deployment is
Yo,
very
she got a
impressive.
neck
Most of our
on
top
her.
customers are deploying our AI tools, and then we hope to monetize as we move along. Yeah.
Speaking of monetize, maybe monetizing China could be a topic. Since I promised Patrick we
Look
would
how big her
continue that
neck is.
conversation. If I remember
I
correctly,
mean,
it's
nothing
18%
wrong
of
with
total
it.
revenue, right, in the market.
I
And there
got a
was a
big neck.
concern
It's
that
just
maybe there
that
was some pull
sometimes
forward
women
given
have
the
like
constant back and forth with
small,
what's going on with China.
like
Can you
smaller,
just speak
thinner
to maybe
necks
was
and
there some
everything.
pull forward? Was that what you were seeing from
It
Chinese
kind of
customers
goes
as we
into
go?
like
China revenue, if you look on a yearly
her jaw.
basis,
She's
is about 11
she's
to 12% for cadence. And what I would
cute.
like to say
She's
is that most of our
standard.
business is in the U.S. About half the
I'm
business
not
is in
talking
U.S.
about
And rest of the
anything
world, we are
about
very
her
diversified
looks or her
across all.
beauty. I'm just
We
talking about
work
her
with all the
neck,
major tech centers
her
and
neck,
countries. And so we're glad
and
to work with
she
China,
has
but we
a
also work in
really
India, Taiwan,
strong
Japan, Israel, Europe, in all the major tech
from the
centers.
neck
So,
to her
since
lower
semiconductors are so
lip
essential to everyday life,
is really
but overall,
strong.
our China
Her
business, I think,
father,
is about 10, 11%. And, but it is higher in
she
Europe,
has
it's higher in rest of
her
Asia.
And the
father's
settlement is clear now. I think it was like $140
speech,
billion, right?
strong features.
So that's done.
Yes.
All done. Lip-Bu Tan, the current CEO of Intel, used to be at
But
Cadence.
she's cool though.
Is there,
She's
what do
right
you
here in
think about
DC
what
too.
they're doing at Intel? Do you think that process of getting investments from SoftBank, the U.S. government stake, Nvda partnership, et cetera, what are your thoughts on that?
I think Lip-Bu is doing great at Intel. We're glad to partner with Lip-Bu. He's making all the right moves. And just like we're great to partner with all the leading companies. Yeah. We worked with Nvda for about 20 years. So our goal is to do innovation, provide products, and to our customers so they can build even more amazing products. So we are fully supportive of all the efforts.
I was going to
with
try
our
to
top
pronounce that
customers.
name.
And now, we'll end with just the
I need a couple
relationship
more
with
seconds
Nvda.
to
Can you
just
speak to just? I know you were on
practice.
your panel and you were chiming in on physical AI. You're talking about how your tools are going to be used, but could you just elaborate on
I like
how
that color she's
the
wearing.
relationship has changed with Nvda, even within the last
It's like a peach.
year or two?
Yes, it's remarkable. First of all, Jensen is a true visionary. What he has done and the impact he's
Gotta have vision.
having on
Gotta
multiple
have
industries.
imagination.
And we have worked very closely with Jensen and Nvda over the years. And the relationship has really, blossomed even further in the last few years. And, first of all, they use our products to build their products. That's the essence of our, that's how the relationship got started. But then over the last few years, we are also using their products to turbocharge our products.
Right.
And what is really impressive to me is how general purpose GPUs have become, And now with Grace Hopper and Grace Blackwell, the combination of CPU, GPU together in one
General
accelerated platform,
purpose GPUs.
along with AI, it can
I'm
give a
guessing
lot
they
of speed
mean
up to our product.
just for like
so we jointly
computers.
announced a product 6 months ago, which can give up to
Consoles
80x
maybe.
improvement. and up to 20x lower power using the Nvda accelerated platform. Also in software. So our partnership on Omniverse, of course on CUDA, on Nemotron. So it's a great, partnership with Nvidia, and we really cherish that relationship.
20 years, right?
Yeah.
I got to leave it at that, and I'm going to see you soon. We're going to go keep this conversation going. Thank you so much. And to our audience here, I'd encourage everyone
Are you
to
trying to
head
shake his hand
to the next
and he
hall
not shake your hand?
The keynote is very, very soon, which is why I need to wrap. So back over to you guys.
But she played it off well.
Christina.
She played it off well, Christina. Good job, Christina. Good job, Christina. I think she was trying to shake his hand.
If you don't have a reserve seat, you need to get over to the main hall. We're about ready to light it up with Jensen. And it's going to be an exciting day. But
That's
Patrick,
what I'm
before we
thinking.
do,
Maybe
we saved the best for last, so why
he
don't you
didn't
introduce
see
us
it,
to
or maybe it's a religious thing.
Robotics aren't coming; they're already here.
You know.
In fact, AWS even announced that they had a
Let's
million
not say
robots
religious
here in the
thing.
US, but in other countries they have a lot more.
Because let's not take it there.
For operating rooms,
let's say
computing
he
is
wasn't thinking about it.
In simulation and deploying them into real world faster than ever before.
Because
I mean, it's the bridge between simulation and reality. Training robots to build, move, and even operate with precision once thought impossible. Here's how AI and robotics are powering a new industrial revolution.
Are they about to show us a fucking robot? Yo, what if they didn't cut? What if they just kept watching them?
The age of robotics has arrived.
Are they about to
reshaping every industry?
In real life?
Where everything that moves is robotic.
I see that. I see those everywhere. They're everywhere, those robots.
At home. Our warehouses. And igniting modern manufacturing.
Physical AI and robotics are moving so fast. Everybody pay attention to this space. This could very well likely be the largest industry of all.
Boston Dynamics!
The physical world is becoming programmable. And this fusion of intelligence and industry is creating new types of factories, new jobs, and a more resilient manufacturing base. The leaders driving that transformation
in the news?
Join us now.
I mean, look for some news. There's something going on. What's going on?
Chief Technology Officer and Chief Strategy Officer at Siemens AG. We have Young Liu, Chairman and CEO at Foxconn. We have Brett Adcock, Founder and CEO, Figure AI. And we have Aki Jain, President and CTO, Palantir US Government. So, great to see everybody here. So, Young, I want to ask you the first question. First of all, my relationship
what's up,
with
Young?
Foxconn goes back to 1995. And I don't know if they call that experienced or old. But you are one of the biggest manufacturer for all precision goods, from smartphones to hyperscaler data center equipment and pretty much everything in between. Talk to me how AI and robotics is transforming what Foxconn does.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me here. This is a very great event for technology companies these days. Foxconn is the largest
Whoa! Nvda! What's going on? No! Oh, what's this?
With new generative AI technologies, we think the AI intensive manufacturing is coming. And with this new technology, this is new and disruptive. We'll have to work with industrial leaders or technology leaders like Nvda, Siemens, and the friends at this table together to be able to catch up and apply the new technologies to our manufacturing facilities. And currently, we are building up factories, here in the States, in Ohio, Texas, Wisconsin, and California.
Nvidia is crapping right now.
Is coming, and I call this Industrial 5.0.
That's excellent. Peter, your company is known for being in all of the connective tissue inside of manufacturing. And I'm curious, how is AI making manufacturing in the United States more competitive? Because that's a big talk, particularly here in Washington, D.C., and quite frankly, it has a lot to do with, and Brad pointed this out in an earlier segment, even national security.
Right. So we believe that AI really will be a key driver for the establishment of manufacturing yet again in the United States, which is going to be smarter. So we think of it as more of an AI native factories that we want to build. So it starts with the sensors, right? I mean, the sensors that you all carry and that we all carry, we love the data. And because we got so many sensors now everywhere, humans cannot make sense out of this anymore. So therefore, you need to automate that. And so as we build now factories, we build them always twice. We build them first in the digital world, and we optimize them, and we see how you place the machines, how the material will be flowing, how humans will be interacting with machines. And then we optimize them over and over and over again until we finalize, think, this is great. Then we build the real thing. So with the real factory, but still you got the real one and the digital one, and they talk to each other. So whenever you have like a supply chain glitches that we used to have, remember the semiconductor shortages, you actually can go to your digital model and you can look at it and say, what if actually this part is missing? What will the implication on, of course, on the shop floor? And that gives you unprecedented speed, it gives you unprecedented productivity, and of course, sustainability and energy efficiency. And I think this is vital as we think about the next generation of manufacturing blueprints here in the United States, which is very labor constrained because we don't find enough people to fill all the factories. We have to automate that, and Siemens is a key part of bringing manufacturing back to the United States.
Makes sense.
Hey, Brett, a lot of people talk about Tesla and Optimus, and what they may not know is that Figure AI has emerged as a startup from a small startup to a real leader in humanoid robotics. We heard you earlier this morning jamming with Jensen about the things you're doing with Nvda to put you at the front of that pack. Tell us a little bit about Figure, where you are, and how the relationship with Nvda is so potent in really launching you into a leadership position here.
Figure is trying to basically build humanoid robots that can do everything a human can. You can't code your way out of that problem. Mathematically, we have like 40 different joints in the robot that can ultimately be in. I mean, every joint it's a motor, can move like 360 degrees. So you basically have 360 to the power of 40 equals the number of states the robot could possibly, like the basic body positions.
Yes.
It's like more than atoms in the universe. So it's just, you have to solve this with neural nets. And so for us, we have this like kind of phrase we use where we're trying to give AI a body and to do everything a human can. So that means everything from pre-training, like we have to basically build like large-scale data collection efforts of human-like data to do training. We use Nvda there. And then that means at test time, when we're running policies on robot, we're doing inference on Nvidia GPUs on robot without any network connection. So we can basically run robots in full end-to-end situations like doing work without any network, outside network. So for us, we think of ourselves like an AI business. We happen to be building like these physical agents that are out in the world, like similar to web agents, basically just like in the physical world touching things. And Nvidia has been a very significant partner and investor of ours, and I think they will be significant in the future as well.
And you guys today, just give people a sense as to where you are. When we heard 1 million, robots out at Amazon. Like, how should we be thinking about how many humanoid robots you guys are going to be producing, 2 or 3 years out?
I think, to be candid, the problem that the entire space feels for humanoids is we have to solve like a general purpose robot. Yeah. You have to get to be able to like just talk to it and have it do anything you'd want it to do in unseen locations. That problem is not solved. That problem is 10 times, 50 times, 100 times harder than making a humanoid robot.
Yeah.
In my view. So the hill we need to climb, the hill we're trying to hill climb now, is how do we build a horizontal AI stack that can do everything a human can. And quite frankly, we have robots that are working in the commercial market as of right now, like to this very moment. And it's been really good for us to get those lessons learned, but it also gave us insight to build like what is the right technology stack to go build. And that technology stack is like end-to-end deep learning. And so I think for us, we're trying to hill climb that problem.
What was
In parallel,
this?
we've
That's
now announced BotQ this
crazy.
year,
What
which is our
was
basically high-scale
that?
manufacturing facility out in California.
What
We
was
do all the final
that?
assembly, testing, and robot shipping from there. And that problem is hard. It's more like a consumer
191.
electronics manufacturing problem. But it's not, it dwarfs in comparison to solving a general purpose humanoid robot, which is just like on the surface, just like an incredibly hard problem.
All right,
It's
Jason's coming on
tractable,
at 12 down. 12
but that's
o'clock,
economy of the surface. And then
man.
from there, we need to figure out how to manufacture at scale. That's like heavy automation, robots in the loop for end-to-end manufacturing. And we're doing it now in-house. So we figure out how to build MES systems, how we build lines, how we do end-of-line testing, how we deliver it to customer and make that better and validate it. So we're basically trying to get good at manufacturing while we're trying to solve the problems of like how do we basically solve general robotics?
Yes.
Yeah.
Aki, Palantir, I heard Alex say the other day, Alex Karp, of course, that you're solving the ontology problem that sits between silicon and, and getting useful outcomes for companies, for businesses, for physical intelligence. Talk to us a little bit about how you think about the role that Palantir plays in, bringing us from the promise to reality.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go back to the core of what Palantir is all about, you have all these data systems, you have ERPs, MRPs, random software that people have built in the ecosystem, and all those kind of systems solve a specific problem. They have different security frameworks and whatnot. How do you provide the ergonomics, whether it's for an autonomous stack, whether it's for a factory worker, whether it's just for a human to actually answer questions about that business and optimize it? And that's really what the ontology is. It's kind of that agility layer. Your different data stacks integrate with it. They provide the security, the privacy, other controls around it, and they provide the ergonomics, the AI yet. When Brett's done, the AI will be able to walk down the hall, and kind of sit at the water cooler and learn things about the organization, learn things about the IP, learn things about the processes. But right now it can't, right? The way it can is actually interacting with APIs. And so the ontology ends up serving as an SDK for the AI, for the agents, for the models, whether the awesome Nvda open models, Nematron, Cosmos, some of those capabilities, or the proprietary models. And Foundry and AIP, on top of the ontology, provide the ability for humans to orchestrate those models to achieve goals. So at the end of the day, kind of the core insight is if you reframe the data, which is what we do, into the ontology, you can reframe the operations of a factory, an organization, kind of any process at scale.
Maybe, I'll start with you, Aki, on this, and we can go across the group. We've talked a lot today about open models. I think NVIDIA's contributed more to these open source libraries than any other company on the planet. We'll hear more about that later today. What do you see, really being employed in industry today, right? We obviously have these frontier labs that are producing these incredible models. But what do you see in terms of, the hybridization, maybe the ensemble model approach, maybe, some Chinese open source models that you see being leveraged by US companies, et cetera. I'd be curious what you see out there on the front lines.
Yeah, well, I think right now, at least from Palantir's perspective, both across half of our business is commercial, half of our business is global government. And what I would say is, look, we always start with the big heavy cloud model from the frontier lab companies, and those proprietary models, I got to be honest, they're moving so fast and they're so effective. So we use them, to solve any problem is the first thing we try. But we're finding more and more, especially as we move to the edge, as we're thinking about inferencing at the edge, we think about the need to start to take those models, train them on bespoke data, and then move that towards kind of more of an edge inferencing architecture that solves specific problems, either with a small language model or even something that maybe is just a traditional machine learning model for a lot of problems where data becomes critical. So we're seeing the trend of open models and the ability to take those models, quickly refine them, and kind of get to something that solves a specific problem at a low swap as being really critical.
Yeah, I would concur. This is it usually starts horizontal. The horizontal ones are more open and by nature, But once you get into the use case specific applications, then actually they become more closed because you have to retrain. So as an example, we are doing a model that helps to do machine programming. Right? In the US, we're going to miss 2 million people by 2030, and we don't find the people that are skilled to do that.
Yeah.
So to program a machine is a very specific code, and so we take a general language model, and so a large language model to apply it, but then we do all the racks, all the training, retraining of it in order to make this work, and then we are held liable for actually really that this works. So therefore, you need to close it to some extent that you get a little bit of a control over what the quality and the results are.
Yeah. Another line of question I'm interested
We are
in,
just
again, back to this question about
more
the
follow
global
through.
AI race and the reindustrialization of America. You all have a role you're playing in that reindustrialization. Foxconn has made some major announcements about investments it's making in the United States and frankly, about data centers that you're building in partnership, with Nvda around the world. Talk to us a little bit about how you see your role in the reindustrialization of America.
Yeah, based on our experience in terms of the level of AI intelligence for the manufacturing, and we found there are 3 levels of intelligence. Level 1 is for the simple and fixed operations. Level 2 is for simple but flexible operations. Level 3 is for simple but complicated but flexible operations.
Right.
Now, with these 3 levels of intelligence, it requires large compute power to do the training and the inferencing. And with that, that's why we're building a lot of AI-related facilities
Tesla's skyrocketing
in the
again.
States, as I mentioned, from Ohio to Texas to Wisconsin and California, in order to support the demand for this compute power. But besides the compute power that is needed, we also need talented technicians and engineers to apply and to use these technologies. And that's another challenge that we're facing.
Yes.
That's something that we will have to do together with the government to have education that is steered towards this. Okay.
Great point. Brett, I know that, you and Elon are leading the charge on robotics being built in the
You
U.S.
and Elon.
Right? And obviously China famously has some leads in autonomy and in robotics, etc. Handicap for us, if you will, how you're feeling today. What's your level of confidence that we're going to be able to compete effectively on the global stage, both from a capability and a cost perspective in robotics with what's coming out of China?
I get this question a lot, and I have a very strong opinion here. Like, I think what really matters today is we see the core, like, horizontal technology stack, both in hardware and software and AI, come together to build, like, general purpose, like, almost like human-like intelligence in the physical world. Like, that's the key unlock. Like, I can't stress that enough. Like, people are looking past that in terms of costs and manufacturability and all this different stuff. We're at a stage now where we got to go build, like, synthetic humans, and it's incredibly hard. And I think what we are proud about at Figure is we've been able now to show these, like, real, like, pockets of, like, long horizon intelligence done with neural nets. I think the shortcomings are that we couldn't put them into a house that's unseen today and do, like, hours and hours and hours of work. We want to get there. We think we will get there. But we've seen all the ingredients of the puzzle pieces to be able to show that is going to happen. I think we've been leading that globally. I think if you're going to say, like, okay, here's a robot now out in the real world that needs to run all day with like low human intervention rates, like low faults, like we've been able to show that
Mag
both in the commercial
7.
market and the work we've done
Are we in a 7? We're in a Mag 7.
I think
Okay,
we are,
Google.
like, in a lot of ways miles ahead of other competitors we see
Google
in China in that aspect. From there, once that is solved or close to solved, it does become like a manufacturing game. This is a consumer electronics manufacturing process. It's not an automotive manufacturing process, which means we have, like, different piece parts and electronics that we need to fabricate. We need to do FATP. We need to do integration, EOL testing. We do all that extremely well. I think that is like an extremely tractable and surmountable problem that you can do even at scale. I mean, we produce what, 1 billion phones a year, almost like by hand in some way. Like we can definitely create like millions and millions of robots, like traditional consumer electronics manufacturing processes. But what is not solved is be able to do like real end-to-end general purpose robotics. And I think the U.S. today, at least we can say what we know of Figure, I think we're leading that head and shoulders globally. And we hope to continue to pull away. Like I'm going to be jumping on a flight right after this to make the engineering stand up in a day.
Jeez, that's a lot to recover.
Brett, there's been a lot of discussion, doubts around a general purpose biped robot that can operate in the home and in the factory. I mean, you got so many people. You dropped a video of one of your robots folding laundry, and I mean, everybody went nuts. Like, hey, I want one of those.
But
I'm curious, where does the
for?
technology have to be where you can confidently serve both of these markets? Maybe put one of them into Young's factory as well.
Yeah,
we can do a deal here on stage.
Let's get a deal.
Sure.
You ready to do a deal? Yeah, let's do it. There we go. Listen, I think one thing we're proud about is we have a robot running right now, and our first commercial customer. It's running like a 10-hour shift as we speak. We've been doing it for almost 6 months now. We've gotten like operational readiness there. It's running autonomously. We've been trying to track like fault rates, like human intervention rates per shift. Those have all been dropping. Performance has been rising every single month. So we now have a better line of sight to what it takes to launch like a vertical job in like a commercial world. What we're also trying to tackle, and what we found, like learned a lot last year, is we need to solve like the horizontal stack. Like we need to be able to build true general purpose work to put robots into anywhere in the world. So we've basically refactored our entire like autonomy and AI stack from scratch. It's all done now end to end with neural nets. We think it's the only way to really scale, and it's done at the foundation level so we can scale into any work. So I think maybe to answer your question more directly, we will see robots in the commercial workforce over like now, and in the next like year or two, we will try to put more and more out. We will try to get we'll try to get cost down, reliability of the robots up. We'll try to make it really real. In parallel, we're trying to solve a robot in a home. It's been in my home now for like 3 or 4 months. Wow. We're doing small parts of this, like small parts of laundry and folding and dishes. We now have to connect all of it together like this tissue. We have to make it language conditioned so we can talk to it. We have to put it in pixel space. So there's like a bunch of work in like AI models and foundation work and pre-training that we have to go do. But we do see a path. It's like a little light in the tunnel that we want to go at. It'll definitely be solvable. This like in this decade. Like it'll be solvable hopefully in the next few years that we can have this work. So we're excited about that. But that is like more of like a car autonomy in a city versus car autonomy in a highway. They're very different. One's like super unstructured, high variability, and like a lot of the engineering challenge is proportional to that variability. So like we're going head on at that problem. I would say you're going to see them in the workforce over the coming year or two, and then we will only launch a product in the home in the workforce.
So this can be low.
Once we feel confident of the product.
Low
we will
of
not
the
do it
day.
early. We will not teleoperate them in market. Like we will not do
right
this
here,
silly
buddy.
stuff.
Oh, no,
And I think that's maybe differs from other groups maybe in the space, but we are trying to build like end-to-end autonomy with low human intervention rates in this commercial end market. So once we're able to like really sell into your home, to Brad's home, we want to be really confident it's going to really work and it's going to be really safe.
Can I give you my credit card now?
11:36 the switch right here usually, and they came through going the way back up.
Aki, you guys have long been important partners to the U.S. government.
Of day.
We obviously have had a major changing of the guard over the course
84,
of the last year.
83.
A lot of people,
now we thought,
including Jensen,
and
have
you
said
know what?
that this
That was
administration
my fault.
is far more open to Silicon Valley and technology companies coming, sharing their concerns, sharing their complaints, and getting deals done.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how you're feeling about the state of industry government partnership today versus what you've seen over the course of the past many years.
Yeah, I mean, this is year 21 of Palantir for me, so I've seen it all.
Yes,
to be very clear. It's like night and day, right? And that's not a knock on the prior administrations. I just think you had a particular status quo or way of doing things, and industry was often held at bay. And Silicon Valley, frankly, I mean, part of why we moved our headquarters to Denver when we went public was, very much a monoculture. You couldn't have disagreement. You couldn't actually discuss national security and the importance of national security to Silicon Valley and vice versa. And so I think what you see is kind of both at the intersection of the administration, taking on some really hard, gnarly challenges.
We had
at the
a
same
high
time as
of
generative AI is coming through, is kind of when you think about AI infrastructure.
We already through that. We open at 680. No. Why am I getting that number? Because that was that number. No, 686. No. Definitely started moving up higher. This is what I can see. 3, right? Yeah. That's what I see right there. Oh, snap. Ha, duh. Well, no, not really. But that was the high, then that's what we opened at. Boom. Okay, so this pre-market low, that definitely happened. Okay. All right, so I was just a little bit off. I just want to understand some of our levels that we should be looking for. Yeah, of course. But you know what? We're gonna chill. But you know what? That was my fault. That was all my fault. I should have been watching that. But even then, that was a lot. It's just such a lot. But that's why I should have let him go. I should have let him go and just gotten back cheaper. But even then, like, it's a lot of heat to be holding. But we already know what they're trying to do. Look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Those are not. That's not regular. Is this the 5? No, yep, this the 1. That's nasty slices. Just slice. Trying to selling pressure. No sell pressure. Last sell pressure. I think it was waiting on Jensen. Waiting on Jensen. He's got the whole wide world in his hands. He's got the itty bitty baby in his hands. He got the whole wide world in his hands. Alright, we're gonna pause this. Oops. Alright, it looks like they're getting ready. What time is it? 56. All right, so let me get ready to. I use the bathroom. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Gucci. Tighten it up just a little bit more. Once we tighten it up just a little bit more, baby, we'll be good, baby. Baby. Oh, you know what? Let me feed the birds. Come here, bird. You will be my bird. All right. I think I missed my add-on. Oh, God. Good call. Sheesh. Here you go, buds. Mm. Mm. Ooh, I want to get that shit in my lungs. Ooh. I'm not a biter, I'm a rider. Dang. Ew. All those fungus spores got into my. Yo, I'm gonna get sick. Well, this market, yo, if I get sick and die, it's because that fucking. That old ass bread for the birds. I meant to give it to the birds the other day. I like to feed the birds. Oh, we're gonna meet you. That's cool music, but damn, I missed my add-on. I got damn, I missed my add-on. I mean, you know what? I should have just been stubborn, hard-headed bull. That's what's irrationality is paying you right now. The more irrational you are, or you can be, the more you are going to get paid off. You really got to give a fuck. What's that Tesla doing? Oh, that joint going crazy. That joint going crazy. That joint going crazy. Fuck. Why did I do that earlier? Fuck. 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 Holy shit. Holy shit. But fuck. Alright, I'm chilling. I am chilling. I'm out there. I'm leveraged. Mm. Alright. Let's go to Jensen. Are they back? I think they're back. They're back. Um
Every era, a leap.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Every leap, America led. Now, the next era is here, launched by a revolutionary new computing model.
This is likely going to be the most important contribution we've made to the computer industry. It will likely be recognized as a revolution. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, computers that almost appear to think. The amount of computational resource is ultimately what's going to turbocharge this field.
Artificial intelligence, the new industrial revolution. At its heart, Nvda GPUs, invented here in America. Like electricity and the internet, AI is essential infrastructure. Every company will use it. Every nation will build it.
Winning this competition will be a test of our capacities unlike anything since the dawn of the space age.
And today, AI factories are rising, built in America. For scientists, engineers, and dreamers across universities, startups, and industry.
I think we want to try to reach new heights as a civilization, discovering the nature of the universe.
And now, American innovators are clearing the way for abundance, saving lives, shaping vision into reality, lending us a hand, and delivering the future. We will soon power it all with unlimited clean energy. We will extend humanity's reach to the stars. This is America's next Apollo moment. Together, we take the next great leap to boldly go where no one has gone before. And here is where it all begins.
Welcome to the stage, Nvda founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., welcome to GTC. It's hard not to be sentimental and proud of America, I gotta tell you that. Was that video amazing? Thank you. NVIDIA's creative team does an amazing job. Welcome to GTC. We have a lot to cover with you today. GTC is where we talk about industry, science, computing, the present, and the future. So I've got a lot to cover with you today, but before I start, I want to thank all of our partners who helped sponsor this great event. You'll see all of them around the show. They're here to meet with you, and really great. We couldn't do what we do without all of our ecosystem partners. This is the Super Bowl of AI, people say, and therefore every Super Bowl should have an amazing pregame show. What do you guys think about the pregame show and our all-star athletes and all-star cast? Look at these guys. Somehow I turned out the toughest. What do you guys think? I don't know if I had something to do with that. NVIDIA invented a new computing model for the first time in 60 years, as you saw in the video. A new computing model rarely comes about. It takes an enormous amount of time and set of conditions. We invented this computing model because we wanted to solve problems that general purpose computers, normal computers, could not. We also observed that someday transistors will continue, the number of transistors will grow, but the performance and the power of transistors will slow down. That Moore's law will not continue limited by the laws of physics. That Moore's law will not continue limited by the laws of physics. And that moment has now arrived. Dennard scaling has stopped. It's called Dennard scaling. Dennard scaling has stopped nearly a decade ago. And in fact, the transistor performance and its power associated has slowed tremendously. And yet the number of transistors continued. We made this observation a long time ago, and for 30 years we've been advancing this form of computing we call accelerated computing. We invented the GPU, we invented the programming model called CUDA, and we observed that if we could add a processor that takes advantage of more and more and more transistors, apply parallel computing, add that to a sequential processing CPU, that we could extend the capabilities of computing well beyond. And that moment has really come.
That the number
We have
of
now seen that
transistors
inflection
on a
point.
computer chip
Accelerated computing,
roughly every
its
2
moment
years,
has now arrived.
while the cost
However,
per transistor fails.
accelerated computing is a fundamentally different
proposed by
programming
Gordon
model.
Moore,
You can't
65.
just take a CPU software written by hands, executing sequentially, and put it onto a GPU and have it run properly. In fact, if you just did that, it actually runs slower. And so you have to reinvent new algorithms. You have to create new libraries. You have to, in fact, rewrite the application, which is the reason why it's taken so long. It's taken us nearly 30 years to get here. But we did it one domain at a time. This is the treasure of our company. Most people talk about the GPU. The GPU is important. But without a programming model that sits on top of it, and without dedication to that programming model, keeping it compatible over generations. We're now CUDA 13 coming up on CUDA 14. Hundreds of millions of GPUs running in every single computer, perfectly compatible. If we didn't do that, then developers wouldn't target this computing platform. If we didn't create these libraries, then developers wouldn't know how to use the algorithm and use the architecture to its fullest. One application after another. I mean, this is really the treasure of our company. cuLitho, computational lithography. It took us nearly 7 years to get here with cuLitho, and now TSMC uses it, Samsung uses it, ASML uses it. This is an incredible library for computational lithography, the first step of making a chip. Sparse solvers for CAE applications. cuOpt, a numerical optimization, has broken just about every single record. The traveling salesperson problem, how to connect millions of products with millions of customers in the supply chain. Warp, Python solver for CUDA, for simulation. cuDF, a data frame approach, basically accelerating SQL, data frame databases. This library is the one that started AI altogether, cuDNN. The library on top of it, called Megatron Core, made it possible for us to simulate and train extremely large language models. The list goes on. MONAI, really, really important. The #1 medical imaging AI framework in the world. By the way, we're not going to talk a lot about healthcare today, but be sure to see Kimberly's keynote. She's going to talk a lot about the work that we do in healthcare. And the list goes on. Genomics processing. Ariel, pay attention. We're going to do something really important here today. cuQuantum, quantum computing. This is just a representative of 350 different libraries in our company. And each one of these libraries redesigned the algorithm necessary for accelerated computing. Each one of these libraries made it possible for all of the ecosystem partners to take advantage of accelerated computing. And each one of these libraries opened new markets for us. Let's take a look at what CUDA X can do.
They know we're gonna be hit the game in. Yeah, that's fire. Aerodynamics. Oh, that's heat distribution. That's hot air. That was internal cooling. More aerodynamics. Oh, the hand. Oh, farming. Farming robots. Oh, we got an army. Oh no. Why they show the robot falling? Yo, people are going to be doing some sinister things with their robots, yo. Sinister. Oh, I can't wait for our community to get their hands on these robots. The videos are going to be hilarious. Bro, the videos. Okay, healthcare now. Getting out of the gaming. I think I'm watching this on an Nvda driver. Oh, AI is this FSD? Yep. This is 4G. That's satellite.
Is that amazing?
That was cool. That was cool.
Everything you saw was a simulation. There was no
That
art,
was
no
fun.
animation. This is the beauty of mathematics. This is deep computer science, deep math, and it's just incredible how beautiful it is. Every industry was covered, from healthcare and life sciences to manufacturing, robotics, autonomous vehicles, computer graphics,
gaming,
even video games. That first shot that you saw was the first application Nvda ever ran. And that's where we started in 1993.
What was that, Tekken?
What we were trying to do.
Or,
and it's hard to imagine that you could see that first virtual fighter scene come alive.
Virtual Fighter.
And that same company believed that we would be here today. It's just a really, really incredible journey. I want to thank all the Nvda employees for everything that you've done. It's really incredible.
All of them millionaires. I think they looked into like the employee history.
We have a lot of industries to cover today.
All millionaires.
I'm going to cover AI.
Multi-millionaires.
6G,
Black jacket.
Quantum.
There you go. That's what they
models,
do now. CEOs.
Enterprise computing, robotics, and factories. Let's get started. We have a lot to cover, a lot of big announcements to make, a lot of new partners that would very much surprise you. Telecommunications is the backbone, the lifeblood of our economy, our industries, our national security. And yet, ever since the beginning of wireless, where we defined the technology, we defined the global standards, we exported American technology all around the world so that the world can build on top of American technology and standards. It has been a long time since that's happened. Wireless technology around the world, largely today, deployed on foreign technologies. Our fundamental communication fabric built on foreign technologies. That has to stop. And we have an opportunity to do that, especially during this fundamental platform shift. As you know, computer technology is at the foundation of literally every single industry. It is the single most important instrument of science. It's the single most important instrument of industry. And I just said, we're going through a platform shift. That platform shift should be the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to get back into the game, for us to start innovating with American technology. Today we're announcing that we're going to do that. We have a big partnership with Nokia. Nokia is the second largest
let's watch Nokia
maker in the world.
UPS and
it's a $3 trillion industry. Infrastructure is hundreds of billions of dollars. There are millions of base stations around the world.
Nokia.
If we could partner, we could build on top of this incredible new technology, fundamentally based on accelerated computing and AI, and for the United States, for America to be at the center of the next revolution in 6G. So today we're announcing
this is why
that Nvda has a new product
today.
It's called the Nvda ARC, the Aerial Radio Network Computer. Aerial RAN Computer, ARC. Arc is built from 3 fundamental new technologies: the Gray CPU, the Blackwell GPU, and our ConnectX, Mellanox ConnectX networking designed for this application.
Nokia.
And all of that makes it possible for us to run this library, this CUDA-X library that I mentioned earlier called Ariel. Ariel is essentially
5,000%. That's crazy.
wireless communication system running on top of CUDA-X.
That's crazy.
We're gonna create for the first time a software-defined programmable computer that's able to communicate wirelessly and do AI processing at the same time.
Be horrendous.
This is completely revolutionary. We call it Nvda Arc. And Nokia
not too big.
is going to work with us to integrate our technology, rewrite their stack. This is a company with 7,000 fundamental, essential 5G patents. Hard to imagine any greater leader in telecommunications. So we're going to partner with Nokia. They're going to make NVIDIA Arc their future base station. NVIDIA Arc is also compatible with AirScale, the current Nokia base stations. So what that means is we're going to take this new technology and we'll be able to upgrade millions of base stations around the world with 6G and AI. Now, 6G and AI is really quite fundamental in the sense that for the first time, we'll be able to use AI technology, AI for RAN, to make radio communications more spectral efficient. Using artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning, adjusting the beamforming in real time in context, depending on the surroundings and the traffic and the mobility, the weather.
Good job, Nokia.
All of that could be taken into account so that we could improve spectral efficiency. Spectral efficiency consumes about 1.5% to 2% of the world's power. So improving spectral efficiency not only improves the amount of data we can put through wireless networks without increasing the amount of energy necessary. The other thing that we could do, AI for RAN, is AI on RAN. This is a brand new opportunity. Remember, the internet enabled communications, but amazingly smart companies, AWS, built a cloud computing system on top of the internet. We are now going to do the same thing on top of the wireless telecommunications network. This new cloud will be an edge industrial robotics cloud. This is where AI on RAN, the first is AI for RAN to improve radio spectrum efficiency. The second is AI on RAN, essentially cloud computing for wireless telecommunications. Cloud computing will be able to go right out to the edge where data centers are not.
Whoa! What the?
All over the world. This announcement is really exciting. Justin Hodar, the CEO, I think he's somewhere in the room. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for helping the United States bring telecommunication technology back to America. This is really a fantastic partnership. Thank you very much.
We just made a lot of money on that.
That's the best way to celebrate Nokia. Let's talk about quantum computing.
We just made a lot of money on that. Like a lot.
Quantum physicist, Richard Feynman, imagine a new type of computer
that can simulate money on that right there.
Directly.
Wow.
To simulate nature directly.
Like a lot.
Because nature is quantum.
Wow.
We called it a quantum computer. 40 years later, the industry has made a fundamental breakthrough. 40 years later, just last year, a fundamental breakthrough. It is now possible to make one logical qubit. One logical qubit.
Wow, we just made a lot of money right there.
Stable, and error-corrected. In past, now that one logical qubit consists of, could be sometimes tens, sometimes hundreds of physical qubits, all working together. As you know, qubits, these particles are incredibly fragile. They could be unstable very easily.
Incredible. Incredible.
any observation, any sampling of it,
Incredible.
any
We just made a
environmental condition
lot of money
causes
right
it
there.
to become decoherent. And so it takes extraordinarily
Like a
well-controlled
lot.
environments, and now also
Holy
a lot of
crap.
different physical qubits for them to work together.
Well, I'm happy we were
And
positioned
for us
the right
to
way.
do error correction on these, what are called
doing over
auxiliary
here? I missed you.
or
I missed you.
syndrome qubits, for us to error correct them and infer what that logical qubit state is. There are all kinds of different types of quantum computers: superconducting, photonic, trapped ion, stable atom, all kinds of different ways to create a quantum computer.
Let's stay focused.
Well, we now realize that
stay
it's essential for us to connect a quantum computer directly to a GPU supercomputer so that we could do the error correction, so that we could do the artificial intelligence calibration and control of the quantum computer, and so that we could do simulations collectively, working together, the right algorithms running on the GPUs, the right algorithms running on the QPUs, and the two processors, the two computers working side by side. This is the future of quantum computing. Let's take a look.
There are many ways to build a quantum computer. Each uses qubits, quantum bits, as its core building block. But no matter the method, all qubits, whether superconducting qubits, trapped ions, neutral atoms, or photons, share the same challenge. They're fragile and extremely sensitive to noise. Today's qubits remain stable for only a few hundred operations. But solving meaningful problems requires trillions of operations. The answer is quantum error correction. Measuring disturbs a qubit, which destroys the information inside it. The trick is to add extra qubits, entangle, so that measuring them gives us enough information to calculate where errors occurred without damaging the qubits we care about. It's brilliant, but needs beyond state-of-the-art conventional compute. That's why we built NVQLink, a new interconnect architecture that directly connects quantum processors with Nvda GPUs. Quantum error correction requires reading out information from qubits, calculating where errors occur, and sending data back to correct them. NVQLink is capable of moving terabytes of data to and from quantum hardware, the thousands of times every second needed for quantum error correction. At its heart is CUDA-Q, our open platform for quantum GPU computing. Using NVQLink and CUDA-Q, researchers will be able to do more than just error correction. They will also be able to orchestrate quantum devices and AI supercomputers to run quantum GPU applications. Quantum computing won't replace classical systems. They will work together, fused into one accelerated quantum supercomputing platform.
Wow, this is a really long stage.
I'll worry about that later.
You know, CEOs, we don't just sit at our desk typing. This is a physical job. So today we're announcing the NVQLink. And it's made possible by two things. Of course, this interconnect that does quantum computer control and calibration, quantum error correction, as well as connects two computers, the QPU and our GPU supercomputers, to do hybrid simulations. It is also completely scalable. It doesn't just do error correction for today's number of few qubits. It does error correction for tomorrow, where we're going to essentially scale up these quantum computers from the hundreds of qubits we have today to tens of thousands of qubits, hundreds of thousands of qubits in the future. So we now have an architecture that can do control, co-simulation, quantum error correction, and scale into that future. The industry support has been incredible. Between the invention of CUDA-Q,
wow, that was
CUDA
so explosive
was designed
in the SPY.
for GPU, CPU, accelerated computing. Basically using both processors to use the right tool to do the right job. Now, CUDA-Q has been extended beyond CUDA so that we could support QPU and have the two processors, QPU and the GPU, work and have computation move back and forth within just a few microseconds. The essential latency to be able to cooperate with the quantum computer. So now CUDA-Q is such an incredible breakthrough adopted by so many different developers. We are announcing today 17 different quantum computer industry companies supporting the NVQ link. And I'm so excited about this, 8 different DOE labs, Berkeley, Brookhaven, Fermi Labs in Chicago, Lincoln Laboratory, Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Pacific Northwest, San Diego National Lab. Just about every single DOE lab has engaged us, working with our ecosystem of quantum computer companies and these quantum controllers so that we could integrate quantum computing into the future of science. Well, I have one more additional announcement to make. Today, we're announcing that the Department of Energy is partnering with Nvda to build 7 new AI supercomputers to advance our nation's science.
Wow. I got rid of my 686.
I have to have a shout out for Secretary Chris Wright. He has brought so much energy to the DOE.
I got rid of my 686.
A surge of passion to make sure that America leads science again. As I mentioned, computing is the fundamental instrument of science, and we are going through several platform shifts. On the one hand, we're going to accelerated computing. That's why every future supercomputer will be GPU-based supercomputer. We're going to AI, so that AI and principled solvers, principled simulation, principled physics simulation is not going to go away, but it could be augmented, enhanced, scaled, use surrogate models, AI models, working together. We also know that principled solvers, classical computing could be enhanced to understand the state of nature using quantum computing. We also know that in the future, we have so much signal, so much data we have to sample from the world, remote sensing is more important than ever. And these laboratories are impossible to experiment at the scale and speed we need to unless they're robotic factories, robotic laboratories. So all of these different technologies are coming into science at exactly the same time. Secretary Wright understands this, and he wants the DOE to take this opportunity to supercharge themselves and make sure that the United States stay at the forefront of science. I want to thank all of you for that. Thank you. Let's talk about AI. What is AI? Most people would say that AI is a chatbot, and it's rightfully so. There's no question that ChatGPT is at the forefront of what people would consider AI. However, just as you see right now, these scientific supercomputers are not going to run chatbots. They're going to do basic science. Science, AI, the world of AI is much, much more than a chatbot. Of course, the chatbot is extremely important, and AGI is fundamentally critical. Deep computer science, incredible computing, great breakthroughs are still essential for AGI. But beyond that, AI is a lot more. AI is, in fact, I'm going to describe AI in a couple different ways. The first way you think about AI is that it has completely reinvented the computing stack. The way we used to do software was hand coding. Hand coding software running on CPUs. Today, AI is machine learning, training, data-intensive programming, if you will, trained and learned by AI that runs on a GPU. In order to make that happen, the entire computing stack has changed. Notice, you don't see Windows up here. You don't see CPU up here. You see a whole fundamentally different stack. Everything from the need for energy. And this is another area where our administration, President Trump, deserves enormous credit. His pro-energy initiative, his recognition that this industry needs energy to grow. It needs energy to advance, and we need energy to win. His recognition of that and putting the weight of the nation behind pro-energy growth completely changed the game. If this didn't happen, we could have been in a bad situation. And I want to thank President Trump for that. On top of energy are these GPUs. And these GPUs are connected into, built into infrastructure that I'll show you later. On top of this infrastructure, which consists of giant data centers like easily many times the size of this room, an enormous amount of energy, which then transforms the energy through this new machine called GPU supercomputers to generate numbers. These numbers are called tokens. The language, if you will, the computational unit, the vocabulary of artificial intelligence. You can tokenize almost anything. You can tokenize, of course, the English word. You can tokenize images. That's the reason why you're able to recognize images or generate images. Tokenize video, tokenize 3D structures. You could tokenize chemicals and proteins and genes. You could tokenize cells. Tokenize almost anything with structure, anything with information content. Once you could tokenize it, AI can learn that language and the meaning of it. Once it learns the meaning of that language, it can translate, it can respond just like you interact with ChatGPT, and it could generate just as ChatGPT can generate. So all of the fundamental things that you see ChatGPT do, all you have to do is imagine, what if it was a protein? What if it was a chemical? What if it was a 3D structure like a factory? What if it was a robot? And the token was understanding behavior and tokenizing motion and action. All of those concepts are basically the same, which is the reason why AI is making such extraordinary progress. And on top of these models are applications. Transformers is not a universal model. It's an incredibly effective model, but there's no one universal model. It's just that AI has universal impact. There are so many different types of models. In the last several years, we enjoyed the invention and went through the innovation breakthroughs of multimodality. There's so many different types of models. There's CNN models, convolutional neural network models, there's state space models, there are graph neural network models, multimodal models, of course, all the different tokenizations and token methods that I just described. You could have models that are spatial in its understanding, optimized for spatial awareness. You could have models that are optimized for long sequence, recognizing subtle information over a long period of time. There are so many different types of models. On top of these models, architectures, on top of these model architectures are applications. The software of the past, and this is a profound understanding, a profound observation of artificial intelligence, that the software industry of the past was about creating tools. Excel is a tool. Word is a tool. A web browser is a tool. The reason why I know these are tools is because you use them. The tools industry, just as screwdrivers and hammers, the tools industry is only so large. In the case of IT tools, they could be database tools. These IT tools is about $1 trillion or so. But AI is not a tool. AI is work. That is the profound difference. AI is, in fact, workers that can actually use tools. One of the things I'm really excited about is the work that Ervin's doing at Perplexity. Perplexity using web browsers to book vacations or do shopping, basically an AI using tools. Cursor is an AI, an agentic AI system that we use at NVIDIA. Every single software engineer at NVIDIA uses Cursor. Has improved our productivity tremendously. It's basically a partner for every one of our software engineers to generate code. And it uses a tool. And the tool it uses is called VS Code. So Cursor is an AI, agentic AI system that uses VS Code. Well, all of these different industries, whether it's chatbots or digital biology where we have AI assistant researchers, or what is a robo-taxi? Inside a robo-taxi, of course, it's invisible, but obviously there's a AI chauffeur. That chauffeur is doing work, and the tool that it uses to do that work is the car. And so everything that we've made up until now The whole world, everything that we've made up until now are tools for us to use. For the very first time, technology is now able to do work and help us be more productive. The list of opportunities go on, which is the reason why AI addresses the segment of the economy that IT has never addressed. IT is a few $1 trillion that sits underneath the tools of a $100 trillion global economy. Now, for the first time, AI is going to engage that $100 trillion economy and make it more productive, make it grow faster, make it larger. We have a severe shortage of labor. Having AI that augments labor is going to help us grow. Now, what's interesting about this from a technology industry perspective also is that in addition to the fact that AI is new technology that addresses new segments of the economy, AI in itself is also a new industry. This token, as I was explaining earlier, these numbers, after you tokenize all these different modalities of information, there's a factory that needs to produce these numbers. Unlike the computer industry and the chip industry of the past. Notice, if you look at the chip industry of the past, the chip industry represents about 5 to 10%, maybe less, 5% or so, of a multi-trillion-dollar, few trillion-dollar IT industry. And the reason for that is because it doesn't take that much computation to use Excel. It doesn't take that much computation to use browsers. It doesn't take that much computation to use Word. We do the computation. But in this new world, there needs to be a computer that understands context all the time. It can't pre-compute that. Because every time you use the computer for AI, every time you ask the AI to do something, the context is different. So it has to process all of that information. Environmental, for example, in the case of a self-driving car, it has to process the context of the car. Context processing. What is the instruction you're asking the AI to do? Then it's got to go and break down the problem step by step, reason about it, and come up with a plan and execute it. Every single one at that step requires enormous number of tokens to be generated, which is the reason why we need a new type of system, and I call it an AI factory. It's an AI factory for sure. It's unlike a data center of the past. It's an AI factory because this factory produces one thing. Unlike the data centers of the past that does everything, stores files for all of us, runs all kinds of different applications. You could use that data center like you can use your computer for all kinds of applications. You could use it to play a game one day. You could use it to browse the web. You could use it, to do your accounting. And so that is a computer of the past, a universal general purpose computer. The computer I'm talking about here is a factory. It runs basically one thing. It runs AI, and its purpose is designed to produce tokens that are as valuable as possible, meaning they have to be smart. And you want to produce these tokens at incredible rates because when you ask an AI for something, you would like it to respond. And notice, during peak hours, these AIs are now responding slower and slower because it's got a lot of work to do for a lot of people. And so you want it to produce valuable tokens at incredible rates, and you want it to produce it cost effectively. Every single word that I used are consistent with an AI factory, with a car factory, or any factory. It is absolutely a factory. And these factories never existed before. And inside these factories are mountains and mountains of chips. Which brings to today. What happened in the last couple of years? And in fact, what happened this last year? Something fairly profound happened this year, actually. If you look, in the beginning of the year, everybody has some attitude about AI. That attitude is generally, this is going to be big, it's going to be the future, and somehow, a few months ago, it kicked into turbocharge. And the reason for that is several things. The first is that we, in the last couple of years, have figured out how to make AI much, much smarter. Rather than just pre-training basically says, let's take all of the information that humans have ever created, let's give it to the AI to learn from. It's essentially memorization and generalization. It's not unlike going to school back when we were kids. the first stage of learning. Pre-training was never meant, just as preschool was never meant to be the end of education. Pre-training, preschool, was simply teaching you the basic skills of intelligence so that you can understand how to learn everything else. Without vocabulary, without understanding of language and how to communicate, how to think, it's impossible to learn everything else. The next is post-training. Post-training, after pre-training, is teaching you skills. Skills to solve problems, break down problems, reason about it, how to solve math problems, how to code, how to think about these problems step by step, use first principle reasoning. And then after that is where computation really kicks in. As you know, for many of us, we went to school, and that's, in my case, decades ago. But ever since, I've learned more, thought about more, and the reason for that is because we're constantly grounding ourselves in new knowledge, we're constantly doing research, and we're constantly thinking. Thinking is really what intelligence is all about. And so now we have 3 fundamental technology skills. We have these 3 technologies, pre-training, which still requires enormous amount of computation. We now have post-training, which uses even more computation. And now thinking puts incredible amounts of computation load on the infrastructure because it's thinking on our behalf for every single human. So the amount of computation necessary for AI to think, inference, is really quite extraordinary. Now, I used to hear people say that inference is easy. Nvda should do training. Nvidia's going to do, they're really good at this, so they're going to do training. That inference was easy. How could thinking be easy? Regurgitating memorized content is easy. Regurgitating the multiplication table is easy. Thinking is hard, which is the reason why these 3 scales, these 3 new scaling laws, which is all of it in full steam, has put so much pressure on the amount of computation. Now, another thing has happened. From these 3 scaling laws, we get smarter models. And these smarter models need more compute. But when you get smarter models, you get more intelligence, people use it. If anything happens, I want to be the first one out. Just kidding. I'm sure it's fine. Probably just lunch. My stomach. Was that me? And so where was I? The smarter your models are, the more people use it. It's now more grounded. It's able to reason. It's able to solve problems it never learned how to solve before because it could do research. Go learn about it, come back, break it down, reason about how to answer your question, how to solve your problem, and go off and solve it. The amount of thinking is making the models more intelligent. The more intelligent it is, the more people use it. The more intelligent it is, the more computation is necessary. But here's what happened. This last year, the AI industry turned a corner, meaning that the AI models are now smart enough, they're worthy to pay for. Nvidia pays for every license of Cursor, and we gladly do it. We gladly do it because Cursor is helping a several $100,000 employee software engineer or AI researcher be many, many times more productive. So of course we'd be more than happy to do that. These AI models have become good enough that they are worthy to be paid for. Cursor, 11 Labs, Synthesia, Abridge, Open Evidence, the list goes on. Of course, OpenAI, of course, Claude. These models are now so good that people are paying for it. And because people are paying for it and using more of it, and every time they use more of it, you need more compute, we now have 2 exponentials. These 2 exponentials, one is the exponential compute requirement of the 3 scaling law. And the second exponential, the smarter it is, the more people use it, the more computing it needs. 2 exponentials now putting pressure on the world's computational resource. At exactly the time when I told you earlier that Moore's law has largely ended. And so the question is, what do we do? If we have these two exponential demands growing, and if we don't find a way to drive the cost down, then this positive feedback system, this circular feedback system, essentially called the virtuous cycle, essential for almost any industry, essential for any platform industry. It was essential for Nvidia. We have now reached the virtuous cycle of CUDA. The more applications, the more applications people create, the more valuable CUDA is. The more valuable CUDA is, the more CUDA computers are purchased. The more CUDA computers are purchased, more developers want to create applications for it. That virtuous cycle for Nvidia has now been achieved after 30 years. We have achieved that also. 15 years later, we've achieved that for AI. AI has now reached the virtuous cycle. And so the more you use it, because the AI is smart and we pay for it, the more profit is generated, the more profit generated, the more compute's put on the grid, the more compute is put into AI factories, the more compute, the AI becomes smarter, the smarter, more people use it, more applications use it, the more problems we can solve. This virtuous cycle is now spinning. What we need to do is drive the cost down tremendously so that, one, the user experience is better. When you prompt the AI, it responds to you much faster. And two, so that we keep this virtuous cycle going by driving its cost down so that it could get smarter, so that more people will use it, so that so on and so forth. That virtuous cycle is now spinning. But how do we do that when Moore's law has really reached this limit? Well, the answer is called co-design. You can't just design chips and hope that things on top of it is going to go faster. The best you could do in designing chips is add, I don't know, 50% more transistors every couple of years. And if you added more transistors, we can add more transistors, and TSMC's got a lot of transistor, incredible company. We'll just keep adding more transistors. However, that's all in percentages, not exponentials. We need to compound exponentials to keep this virtual cycle going. We call it extreme co-design. Nvidia is the only company in the world today that literally starts from a blank sheet of paper and can think about new fundamental architecture, computer architecture, new chips, new systems, new software, new model architecture, and new applications all at the same time. So many of the people in this room are here because you're different parts of that layer, different parts of that stack and working with Nvidia. We fundamentally re-architect everything from the ground up. And then, because AI is such a large problem, we scale it up. We created a whole computer, a computer for the first time that has scaled up into an entire rack. That's one computer, one GPU. And then we scale it out by inventing a new AI Ethernet technology we call Spectrum-X Ethernet. Everybody will say Ethernet's Ethernet. Ethernet's hardly Ethernet. Ethernet, Spectrum-X Ethernet, is designed for AI performance, and it's the reason why it's so successful. And even that's not big enough. We'll fill this entire room of AI supercomputers and GPUs. That's still not big enough because the number of applications and the number of users for AI is continuing to grow exponentially, and we connect multiple of these data centers together, and we call that scale across, Spectrum-XGS. Gigascale, Spectrum-X Gigascale, XGS. By doing so, we do co-design at such an enormous level, such an extreme level, that the performance benefits are shocking. Not 50% better each generation, not 25% better each generation, but much, much more. This is the most extreme co-designed computer we've ever made, and quite frankly, made in modern times. Since the IBM System 360, I don't think a computer has been ground up, reinvented like this ever. This system was incredibly hard to create. I'll show you the benefits in just a second. But essentially what we've done, we've created, otherwise, hey Janine, you can come out. You have to meet me like halfway. All right, so this is kind of like Captain America's shield. So NVLink 72, if we were to create one giant chip, one giant GPU, this is what it would look like. This is the level of wafer scale processing we would have to do. It's incredible. All of these chips are now put into one giant rack. Did I do that or did somebody else do that? Into that one giant rack. You know, sometimes I don't feel like I'm up here by myself. Just this one giant rack makes all of these chips work together as one. It's actually completely incredible. And I'll show you the benefits of that. The way it looks is this. So, thanks, Janine. I like this. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Janine Paul. I got it. In the future, next I'm just going to go like Thor. It's like when you're at home and you can't reach the remote and you just go like this and somebody brings it to you. That's, yeah, same idea. It never happens to me. I'm just dreaming about it. I'm just saying. Okay, so anyhow, we basically, this is what we created in the past. This is NVLink 8. Now, these models are so gigantic, the way we solve it is we turn this model, this gigantic model, into a whole bunch of experts. It's a little bit like a team. And so these experts are good at certain types of problems. And we collect a whole bunch of experts together. And so this giant multi-trillion-dollar AI model has all these different experts, and we put all these different experts on a GPU. Now, this is NVLink 72. We could put all of the chips into one giant fabric, and every single expert can talk to each other. So the master, the primary expert, could talk to all of the distributed work and all of the necessary context and prompts and bunch of data that we have to, bunch of tokens that we have to send to all of the experts. The experts would, whichever one of the experts are selected to solve the answer, would then go off and try to respond, and then it would go off and do that layer after layer after layer. Sometimes 8, sometimes 16, and sometimes these experts, sometimes 64, sometimes 256, but the point is there are more and more and more experts. Well, here, NVLink 72, we have 72 GPUs, and because of that, we could put 4 experts in one GPU. The most important thing you need to do for each GPU is to generate tokens, which is the amount of bandwidth that you have in HBM memory. We have one GPU generating thinking for 4 experts, versus here, because each one of the computers can only put 8 GPUs, we have to put 32 experts into one GPU. So this one GPU has to think for 32 experts, versus this system, each GPU only has to think for 4. And because of that, the speed difference is incredible. And this just came out. This is the benchmark done by Semi-Analysis. They do a really, really thorough job. And they benchmarked all of the GPUs that are benchmarkable. And it turns out it's not that many. If you look at the list of GPUs you could actually benchmark, is like 90% NVIDIA. Okay? So we're comparing ourselves to ourselves, but the second best GPU in the world is the H200 and runs all the workload. Grace Blackwell per GPU is 10 times the performance. Now, how do you get 10 times the performance when it's only twice the number of transistors? Well, the answer is extreme co-design. And by understanding the nature of the future of AI models, and we're thinking across that entire stack, we can create architectures for the future. This is a big deal. It says we can now respond a lot faster, but this is an even bigger deal. This next one, look at this. This says that the lowest cost tokens in the world are generated by Grace Blackwell NVLink 72, the most expensive computer. On the one hand, GB200 is the most expensive computer. On the other hand, its token generation capability is so great that it produces it at the lowest cost, because the tokens per second divided by the total cost of ownership of Grace Blackwell is so good. It is the lowest cost way to generate tokens. By doing so, delivering incredible performance, 10 times the performance, delivering 10 times lower cost, that virtuous cycle can continue. Which then brings me to this one. I just saw this literally yesterday. This is the CSP CapEx. People are asking me about CapEx these days, and this is a good way to look at it. In fact, the CapEx of the top 6 CSPs, and this one is Amazon, CoreWeave, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle. Okay, these CSPs together are going to invest this much in CapEx, and I would tell you the timing couldn't be better. And the reason for that is now we have the Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 in all volume production, supply chain everywhere in the world is manufacturing it, so we can now deliver to all of them this new architecture so that the CapEx invests in instruments, computers, that deliver the best TCO. Now, underneath this, there are 2 things that are going on. So when you look at this, it's actually fairly extraordinary, and it's fairly extraordinary anyhow. But what's happening underneath is this. There are 2 platform shifts happening at the same time. One platform shift is going from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. Remember, accelerated computing, as I mentioned to you before, it does data processing, it does image processing, computer graphics.
KTS, I think it's used
computation of all kinds. It runs SQL, runs Spark, it runs, you ask it, you tell us what you need to have run, and I'm fairly certain we have an amazing library for you. You could be, a data center trying to make masks to manufacture semiconductors. We have a great library for you. And so underneath, irrespective of AI, the world is moving from general purpose computing to accelerated computing, irrespective of AI. And in fact, many of the CSPs already have services that have been here long ago before AI. Remember, they were invented in the era of machine learning. Classical machine learning algorithms like XGBoost, algorithms like data frames that are used for recommender systems, collaborative filtering, content filtering. All of those technologies were created in the old days of general purpose computing. Even those algorithms, even those architectures are now better with accelerated computing. And so even without AI, the world's CSPs are going to invest into acceleration. NVIDIA's GPU is the only GPU that can do all of that plus AI. An ASIC might be able to do AI, but it can't do any of the others. NVIDIA could do all of that, which explains why it is so safe to just lean into NVIDIA's architecture. We have now reached our virtuous cycle, our inflection point. And this is quite extraordinary. I have many partners in the room, and all of you are part of our supply chain, and I know how hard you guys are working. I want to thank all of you, how hard you are working. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to show you why. This is what's going on in our company's business. We're seeing extraordinary growth for Grace Blackwell for all the reasons that I just mentioned. It's driven by 2 exponentials. We now have visibility. I think we're probably the first technology company in history to have visibility into $500 billion of cumulative Blackwell and early ramps of Rubin through 2026. And as you know, 2025 is not over yet, and 2026 hasn't started. This is how much business is on the books. $500 billion worth so far. Now this is, out of that, we've already shipped 6 million of the Blackwells in the first several quarters. I guess the first 4 quarters of production, 3.5 quarters of production. We still have 1 more quarter to go for 2025, and then we have 4 quarters. So the next 5 quarters, there's $500 billion, $500 billion. That's 5 times the growth rate of Hopper. That kind of tells you something. This is Hopper's entire life. This doesn't include China and Asia, so this is just the West. Okay, this is just, we're excluding China. So Hopper, in its entire life, 4 million GPUs. Blackwell, Each one of the Blackwells has 2 GPUs in it in one large package. 20 million GPUs of Blackwells in the early parts of Rubin. Incredible growth. So I want to thank all of our supply chain partners, everybody. I know how hard you guys are working. I made a video to celebrate your work. Let's play it. The age of AI has begun. Blackwell is its engine, an engineering marvel. In Arizona, it starts as a blank silicon wafer. Hundreds of chip processing and ultraviolet lithography steps build up each of the 200 billion transistors, layer by layer on a 12-inch wafer. In Indiana, HBM stacks will be assembled in parallel. HBM memory dies with 1,024 IOs are fabricated using advanced EUV technology. Through silicon via is used in the backend to connect 12 stacks of HBM memory and base die to produce HBM. Meanwhile, the wafer is scribed into individual Blackwell die, tested and sorted, separating the good dies to move forward. The chip-on-wafer on substrate process attaches 32 Blackwell dies and 128 HBM stacks on a custom silicon interposer wafer. Metal interconnect traces are etched directly into it, connecting Blackwell GPUs and HBM stacks into each system and package unit, locking everything into place. Then the assembly is baked, molded, and cured, creating the GB300 Blackwell Ultra superchip. In Texas, robots will work around the clock to pick and place over 10,000 components onto the Grace Blackwell PCB. In California, Connect X8 SuperNICs for scale-out communications and Bluefield 3 DPUs for offloading and accelerating networking, storage, and security are carefully assembled into GB300 compute trays. NVLink is the breakthrough high-speed link that Nvda invented to connect multiple GPUs and scale up into a massive virtual GPU. The NVLink switch tray is constructed with NVLink switch chips, providing 14.4 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth. NVLink spines form a custom blind-mated backplane with 5,000 copper cables connecting all 72 Blackwells, or 144 GPU dies, into one giant GPU, delivering 130 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth, nearly the global internet's peak traffic. Skilled technicians assemble each of these parts into a rack-scale AI supercomputer. In total, 1.2 million components, 2 miles of copper cable, 130 trillion transistors, weighing nearly 2 tons. From silicon in Arizona and Indiana to systems in Texas, Blackwell and future Nvidia AI factory generations will be built in America. Writing a new chapter in American history and industry. America's return to making and reindustrialization, reignited by the age of AI. The age of AI has begun. Made in America. Made for the world. We are manufacturing in America again. It is incredible. The first thing that President Trump asked me for is bring manufacturing back. Bring manufacturing back because it's necessary for national security. Bring manufacturing back because we want the jobs and we want that part of the economy. And 9 months later, we are now manufacturing in full production Blackwell in Arizona. Extreme Blackwell, GB200, Grace Blackwell, NVLink 72, Extreme co-design gives us 10x generationally. It's utterly incredible. Now, the part that's really incredible is this. This is the first AI supercomputer we made. This is in 2016 when I delivered it to a startup in San Francisco, which turned out to have been OpenAI. This was the computer. And in order to create that computer, we designed one chip. We designed one new chip. In order for us to do co-design now, look at all of the chips we have to do. This is what it takes. You're not going to take one chip and make a computer 10 times faster. That's not going to happen. The way to make computers 10 times faster so that we can keep increasing the performance exponentially, we can keep driving costs down exponentially, is extreme co-design and working on all these different chips at the same time. We now have Rubin back home. This is Rubin. This is the Vera Rubin and Rubin. Ladies and gentlemen, Rubin. This is our third generation NVLink 72 rack scale computer. Third generation. GB200 was the first one. All of our partners around know how hard you guys worked. It was insanely hard. It was insanely hard to do. Second generation, so much smoother. And this generation, look at this, completely cableless. Completely cableless. And this is all back in the lab now. This is the next generation Rubin. While we're shipping GB300s, we're preparing Rubin to be in production, this time next year, maybe slightly earlier. And so every single year, we are going to come up with the most extreme co-design system so that we can keep driving up performance and keep driving down the token generation cost. Look at this. This is just an incredibly beautiful computer. Now, so this is amazing. This is 100 petaflops. I know it doesn't mean anything. 100 petaflops. But compared to the DGX1 I delivered to OpenAI 9 years ago, it's 100 times the performance right here versus 100 times of that supercomputer. 100 times, 100 of those, let's see, 100 of those would be like 25 of these racks, all replaced by this one thing. One Vera Rubin. Okay, so this is the compute tray, and this is, so Vera Rubin super chip, okay? And this is the compute tray, this up right here. It's incredibly easy to install. Just flip these things open, shove it in. Even I could do it, okay? And this is the Vera Rubin compute tray. If you decide you wanted to add a special processor, we've added another processor. It's called a context processor because the amount of context that we give AIs are larger and larger. We wanted to read a whole bunch of PDFs before it answered a question. We wanted to read a whole bunch of archive papers, watch a whole bunch of videos. Go learn all this before you answer a question for me. All of that context processing could be added. And so you see on the bottom, 8 ConnectX-9 new Super NICs. You have CPXs, 8 of them. You have Bluefield 4, this new data processor, 2 Vera CPUs, and 4 Rubin packages, or 8 Rubin GPUs. All of that in this one node, completely cableless, 100% liquid cooled. And then this new processor, I won't talk too much about it today, I don't have enough time, but this is completely revolutionary. And the reason for that is because your AIs need to have more and more memory. You're interacting with it more, you wanted to remember our last conversation, everything that you've learned on my behalf, please don't forget it when I come back next time. And so all of that memory is going to create this thing called KV caching, and that KV caching, retrieving it, you might have noticed, every time you go into your AIs these days, it takes longer and longer to refresh and retrieve all of the previous conversations. And the reason for that is that we need a revolutionary new processor, and that's called Bluefield 4. Next is the ConnectX switch, the NVLink switch, which is right here. Okay? This is the NVLink switch. This is what makes it possible for us to connect all of the computers together, and this switch is now several times the bandwidth of the entire world's peak internet traffic. And so that spine is going to communicate and carry all of that data simultaneously to all of the GPUs. On top of that, this is the Spectrum X switch, and this Ethernet switch was designed so that all of the processors could talk to each other at the same time and not gum up the network. Gum up the network, that's very technical. Okay, so these are these three combined, and then this is the quantum switch. This is for InfiniBand, this is Ethernet. We don't care what language you would like to use, whatever standard you like to use, we have great scale-out fabrics for you, whether it's InfiniBand or quantum or Spectrum. Ethernet, this one uses silicon photonics and is completely co-packaged options. Basically, the laser comes right up to the silicon and connects it to our chips. Okay, so this is the Spectrum X Ethernet. And so now let's talk about thank you. Oh, this is what it looks like. This is a rack. This is 2.5, this is 2 tons, 1.5 million parts. And the spine, this spine right here, carries the entire internet traffic in 1 second. Same speed, moves it across all of these different processors. 100% liquid cooled. All for the, fastest token generation rate in the world. Okay, so that's what a rack looks like. Now, that's one rack. A gigawatt data center would have, call it, let's see, 16 racks would be 1,000, and then 500 of those. So whatever, 500 times 16. And so call it 9,000 of these, 8,000 of these would be a 1 gigawatt data center. Okay? And so that's a future AI factory. Now, as you notice, NVIDIA started out by designing chips, and then we started to design systems, and we designed AI supercomputers. Now we're designing entire AI factories. Every single time we move out and we integrate more of the problem to solve, we come up with better solutions. We now build entire AI factories. This AI factory is what we're building for Vera Rubin, and we created a technology that makes it possible for all of our partners to integrate into this factory digitally. Let me show it to you. The next industrial revolution is here. And with it, a new kind of factory. AI infrastructure is an ecosystem scale challenge, requiring hundreds of companies to collaborate. NVIDIA Omniverse DSX is a blueprint for building and operating gigascale AI factories. For the first time, the building, power, and cooling are co-designed with NVIDIA's AI infrastructure stack. It starts in the Omniverse digital twin. Jacobs Engineering optimizes compute density and layout to maximize token generation according to power constraints. They aggregate SIM-ready OpenUSD assets from Siemens, Schneider Electric, Trane, and Vertiv into PTC's product lifecycle management. Then simulate thermals and electricals with CUDA accelerated tools from ETAP and Cadence. Once designed, NVIDIA partners like Bechtel and Vertiv deliver prefabricated modules, factory-built, tested, and ready to plug in. This shrinks build time significantly, achieving faster time to revenues. When the physical AI factory comes online, the digital twin acts as an operating system. Engineers prompt AI agents from Phaidra and Emerald AI, previously trained in the digital twin, to optimize power consumption and reduce strain on both the AI factory and the grid. In total, for a 1 gigawatt AI factory, DSX optimizations can deliver billions of dollars in additional revenue per year. Across Texas, Georgia, Virginia,
and Nvda. Nvidia's partners are bringing DSX to life. In Virginia, Nvidia is building an AI factory research center using DSX to test and productize Vera Rubin, from infrastructure to software. With DSX, Nvidia partners around the world can build and bring up AI infrastructure faster than ever.
Completely in digital. Long before Vera Rubin exists as a real computer, we've been using it as a digital. Completely in digital. Long before Vera Rubin exists as a real computer, we've been using it as a digital twin computer. Now, long before these AI factories exist, we will use it, we will design it, we'll plan it, we'll optimize it, and we'll operate it as a digital twin. And so all of our partners that are working with us, I'm incredibly happy for all of you supporting us. And Geo is here, and Vernova is here, Schleider. I think Olivier's here, Olivier Blum is here. And so anyways, really great partners working with us. Siemens, incredible partners. Okay. Roland Bush, I think he's watching. Hi, Roland. And so anyways, really great partners working with us.
I'm being so greedy on Palantir right now. I feel like they're about to revert if I don't leave today.
Now we have Omniverse DSX, and we're building AI factories. And again, we have these incredible ecosystem of partners working with us. Let's talk about models. Open source models particularly. In the last couple of years, several things have happened. One, open source models have become quite capable because of reasoning capabilities. It has become quite capable because they're multimodality, and they're incredibly efficient because of distillation. So all of these different capabilities have become, has made open source models, for the very first time, incredibly useful for developers. They are now the lifeblood of startups. Lifeblood of startups in different industries, because obviously, as I mentioned before, each one of the industries have its own use case, its own data, its own use data, its own flywheels. All of that capability, that domain expertise, needs to have the ability to embed into a model. Open source makes that possible. Researchers need open source. Developers need open source. Companies around the world, we need open source. Open source models is really important. The United States has to lead in open source as well. We have amazing proprietary models. We need also amazing open source models. Our country depends on it. Our startups depend on it. And so NVIDIA is dedicating ourselves to go do that. We are now the largest, we lead in open source contribution. We have 23 models in leaderboards. We have all these different domains, from language models to physical AI models I'm going to talk about, robotics models to biology models. Each one of these models has enormous teams, and that's one of the reasons why we build supercomputers for ourselves, to enable all these models to be created. We have #1 speech model, #1 reasoning model, #1 physical AI model. The number of downloads is really terrific. We are dedicated to this, and the reason for that is because science needs it, researchers need it, startups need it, and companies need it. I'm delighted that AI startups build on NVIDIA. They do so for several reasons. One, of course, our ecosystem is rich. Our tools work great. All of our tools work on all of our GPUs. Our GPUs are everywhere. It's literally in every single cloud. It's available on-prem. You could build it yourself. You could build up an enthusiast gaming PC with multiple GPUs in it, and you could download our software stack, and it just works. We have the benefit of rich developers who are making this ecosystem richer and richer and richer. So I'm really pleased with all of the startups that we're working with. I'm thankful for that. It is also the case that many of these startups are now starting to create even more ways to enjoy our GPUs. The CoreWeaves, Nscale, Nebius, Lambda, all of these companies, Crusoe, companies are building these new GPU clouds to serve the startups, and I really appreciate that. This is all possible because NVIDIA is everywhere. We integrate our libraries, all of the CUDA-X libraries I talked to you about, all the open source AI models that I talked about, all of the models that I talked about. We integrated into AWS, for example. Really love working with Matt. We integrated into Google Cloud, for example. Really love working with Thomas. Each one of these clouds integrate NVIDIA GPUs and our computing, our libraries, as well as our models. Love working with Satya over at Microsoft Azure. Love working with Clay at Oracle. Each one of these clouds integrate the NVIDIA stack. As a result, wherever you go, whichever cloud you use, it works incredibly. We also integrate NVIDIA libraries into the world's SaaS, so that each one of these SaaS will eventually become agentic SaaS. I love Bill McDermott's vision for ServiceNow. Yeah, there you go. I think that might have been Bill. Hi, Bill. And so ServiceNow, what is it, 85% of the world's enterprise workflows. SAP, 80% of the world's commerce. Christian Klein and I are working together to integrate NVIDIA libraries, CUDA-X and Nemo and Nemotron, all of our AI systems into SAP. Working with Sassine over at Synopsys, accelerating the world's CAE, CAD, EDA tools so that they could be faster and could scale, helping them create AI agents. One of these days, I would love to hire AI agent ASIC designers to work with our ASIC designers, essentially the cursor of Synopsys, if you will. We're working with Anirudh. Anirudh, here, I saw him earlier today. He was part of the
definitely taking a little breather.
Cadence, doing incredible work, accelerating their stack, creating AI agents so that we can have Cadence.
Man,
AI
my thing
ASIC
was muted like this whole
and
time.
system designers working with us. Today, we're
What
announcing
is
a new
that?
one. AI
we wait.
will supercharge productivity. AI will transform just about every industry. But AI will also supercharge cybersecurity challenges, the bad AIs. And so we need an incredible defender. I can't imagine a better defender than CrowdStrike. George is here. He was here. Yep, I saw him earlier. We are partnering with CrowdStrike to make cybersecurity speed of light.
CrowdStrike. Yo, NVIDIA is partnering with everybody.
AI agents in the cloud, but also
everybody.
Good AI agents on-prem.
You get a partnership. You get a partnership. You get a partnership.
We're moments away from detecting it. We need speed, and we need.
So I discovered something in the contracts.
AI, super smart AI.
To where you can
I have a second announcement.
Find contracts extremely
this is
cheap.
The single fastest enterprise company in the world.
Last night, in the day,
enterprise stack in the world today.
I get off stream, and I had some contracts that I just had just hanging out, and I wasn't going to stay the whole time. But I had a thesis. And I'm like, you know what? Let me really, truly, go through with this, And the contracts went from like $8 to $100, $16 to $150. It was quite incredible. Yesterday sucked.
Structured data.
On Friday, I start measuring up the market for the following week. Sunday, I go to do homework, sit down, do homework. I attack the
national security and for enterprises around the world.
695s and the 690s.
And to find insight.
I wake up. Now they were like $5, $10. I wake up, they're $100, $150.
It's going to integrate NVIDIA so that we could process
because of the gap up. We were so far down. I thought, all right, we're going to hit this target this week. Nope, we're going to hit it today, overnight, and that's exactly what they did. So. That really screwed me up on where I was going to go and what we were going to do, especially with the 30-point gap up and coming off the other gap up. Like what the?
Computers to train
what
a
the
language
fuck,
model. One that's to train it, evaluate it, and then inference it.
But we know with what's going on today. I don't want to really add on anything else right now. I want to wait for the end of day.
You need the computer to train it.
I want to attack certain contracts and strikes and everything. And either way, wherever we're going to run, we're going to run.
The simulations that I showed you earlier with Omniverse DSX.
Like a bat out of hell.
It basically is a digital twin for the robot to
wearing
learn
gasoline
how to
draws.
be a good robot. And for the factory to
I said earlier, a steed of horses with some
the
gasoline straps. All right, so now we're going for the upside again.
Incredibly good at generative
we're going
AI,
for the upside again. We have this wall.
Graphics, sensor simulation.
What is this wall
doing?
Tracing,
signal processing. This computer is called.
Come on, we got to break that wall.
And once we train the model.
We gotta break that wall.
Simulate that AI
We gotta kick it
inside a
down.
digital twin.
Come on.
And that digital twin could be a digital
You
twin of a
can
factory,
do it.
as well as a whole bunch of digital twins of robots.
You can do
Then
it.
you need to operate that robot.
I believe
And
in you,
this is the
homie.
robotic computer. This
You can
one
break
goes
that
into
wall,
a self-driving
homie.
car. Half of it could go into a robot. Okay, or
That's what
could
you
actually
do.
have, robots that are
That's
quite
what you
agile and
do.
quite fast in operations.
That's
and
what
might
you
take
do.
two of
You
these
break
computers.
walls.
And so this is the Jetson Thor robotics computer. These three computers
You break
all run
walls.
CUDA, and it makes it possible for us to advance physical AI that understand the physical world, understand laws of physics, causality, permanence,
No, it doesn't change anything. I'm not
physical AI. We have incredible
relenting
partners
from
working
my
with us
positions.
to
I have
create the physical
cells and
AI
everything
of
up
factories.
automatically.
We're using it
Maybe
ourselves
I
to
should
create our factory in Texas.
cut
Now, once we
those a
create
little.
the robotic factory, we have a bunch of robots that are inside it. And these robots also need the physical AI, applies physical AI, and works inside the digital twin. Let's take a look at it.
America is
Oh,
reindustrializing.
Nvda is running?
Reshoring manufacturing
Oh, yes,
across every
Nvda is
industry.
running. Those contracts are at
In
100%
Houston,
right now.
Texas,
All right, I'm
Foxconn
happy
is
I bought
building a
multiple.
state-of-the-art
Let's get
robotic
more.
facility for manufacturing Nvda AI infrastructure systems. With
So
labor
we
shortages and
can
skills gaps,
be
digitalization,
comfortable.
robotics,
And when they go
physical
back up,
AI
we're going to
are more
slim them
important than
down.
ever.
311.7
The factory
next
is
week.
born digital.
I'll take
in
that. That's
Omniverse.
next week. How come these aren't doing anything?
Foxconn engineers assemble their virtual factory in a Siemens digital twin solution developed on Omniverse
These aren't doing
technologies.
anything.
Every system, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, is validated before construction. Siemens plant simulation runs design space exploration optimizations to identify ideal layout. When a bottleneck appears, engineers update the layout
All right, we
with
wait.
changes managed by Siemens Team Center.
We wait. I think we're going to have confidence
In Isaac Sim,
our
the same
thesis.
digital twin is used to train and
You know,
simulate robot AIs.
Sometimes you got to have conviction.
In the assembly area, FANUC manipulators build
And
GB300
sometimes you
tray
got to fuck around and
modules
find out. So let's. Oh no, we found out
by
yesterday.
manual manipulators from
We
FII
found out
and
yesterday.
skilled
Actually.
AI.
Oh, we
install
found.
bus
We
bars
fucked
into the
out
trays.
yesterday, boy. Sheesh.
And AMRs
Sheesh.
shuttle the trays to the test pods.
And I even swung into a
Then,
mother joint too.
Foxconn uses Omniverse
Sheesh.
for
I sold that
large-scale
joint
sensor
yesterday at
simulation,
like
where
200%.
robot AIs learn to
It
work
was like
as a
200,
fleet.
250%. Nope.
In
Nope.
Omniverse,
That joint
Vision
finished
AI
at like
agents built on
500,
NVIDIA
600%.
Metropolis and
I was
Cosmos.
pissed.
Watch the
I
fleet
was
workers from
pissed.
above to monitor
Because yesterday was so
operations
slow, and then for everything
and
just to
alert
happen right
Foxconn
there was just like
engineers of
absolutely
anomalies
ridiculous. Come on, bro.
and safety
1, 2,
violations.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Or even
1,
quality
2,
issues.
3, 4, 5, 6. This is the seventh
train
time that
new
we're
employees,
attempting to go above.
agents power
Seventh time,
interactive
seventh
AI
rejection.
coaches for easy worker
Remember that
onboarding.
test I was doing earlier? That Forex test? It did 3 times for
The age
for
of US
a confirmation trend
reindustrialization
line.
is here,
Yeah,
with people
Yeah.
and robots working
yeah.
together.
I know what I said.
That's the future of
I wasn't going to. I
manufacturing,
didn't
the
ace the
future of
test because I did get
factories.
some
I
legitimate
want to thank
ones
our partner,
wrong.
Foxconn.
And
Not
I did
only
have
the
a passing
CEO is
grade, though. I
here,
should have had a
but
better
all
passing
of these
grade.
ecosystem partners make it possible for us
If
to
that was a
create
pass or fail
the
test, I
future
would
of
have
robotic
passed.
factories. The factory is essentially a robot that's orchestrating robots to build things that are robotic. You know, this is the amount of software necessary to do this is so intense that unless you could do it inside a digital twin, to plan it, to design it, to operate it inside a digital twin, the hopes of getting this to work is nearly impossible. I'm so happy to see also that Caterpillar, my friend Joe Creed, and his 100-year-old company is also incorporating digital twins in the way they manufacture. These factories will have future robotic systems, and one of the most advanced is Figure. Brett Adcock is here today He founded a company 3.5 years ago. They're worth almost $40 billion today. We're working together in training the AI, training the robot, simulating the robot, and of course, the robotic computer that goes into figure. Really amazing. I had the benefit of seeing it. It's really quite extraordinary. It is very likely that humanoid robots, and my friend Elon is also working on this, that this is likely going to be one of the largest new consumer electronics markets, and surely one of the largest industrial equipment market. Peggy Johnson and the folks at Agility are working with us on robots.
I was in the musical
for
once, and I was
warehouse
having trouble
automation.
saying the word
The folks
purely.
at Johnson Johnson working with us again.
He just said
training
surely,
the
so
robot,
rolled off his
simulating it in
tongue.
digital twins, and also operating the robot. These Johnson & Johnson surgical robots are even going to perform surgery that are completely non-invasive surgery at a precision the world's never seen before. And of course, the cutest robot ever, the Disney robot. And this is
The Disney robot.
something really close to our heart.
Disney
We're
about to
working
go
with
crazy.
Disney research on a entirely
They're working with
new
everybody. Yo, I'm about to give me a
framework and
partnership with Nvda.
simulation platform.
Yo, give me
based
a
on
partnership.
revolutionary technology
Shit.
called Newton. And that Newton
I'll cover all
simulator
your
makes
products,
it
yo.
possible for
I'll
that-
cover
that
all your
robot
products.
to
Maybe I
learn
should
how
do
to be
that.
a
I
good
should change the
robot
channel to that.
inside a physically
Everything
aware,
Nvidia.
physically based environment. Let's take a look at it.
Everything Nvidia. I might do that. If the market breaks through this level, it's going to go crazy. Because it wants to do it so bad. It wants to break through that level so bad. You don't do something 7 times because you don't want to. Eight times now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Going on the 8th time. You don't do something for 8 times that you don't want to do. That's called something else. And that's not what's happening right now on the downside. You are
Blue.
ripping.
Ladies and gentlemen, Disney Blue. Tell me that's not adorable.
Disney
He's not
Blue.
adorable.
Yo, they got robots on
We
the
all want one.
stage.
We all want one. Now,
Yo, Nvidia about to go
remember, everything we just seen, That
crazy.
is not animation. It's not a movie. It's a simulation. That simulation is an omniverse.
Yep. It's going
Omniverse to digital
crazy
twin.
right
So
now.
these digital twins of factories,
Damn,
digital twins
bro.
of warehouses, digital twins of surgical rooms, digital twins where Blue could learn how to manipulate and navigate and interact with the world.
This
all
could be the push up
completely
because
done in real
Nvidia
time.
is going.
This is going to be the largest
Nvidia
consumer
is
electronics
going.
product line in the world. Some of them
Yeah,
are
they're
just
at
really
truly at 100
working
something percent.
incredibly well now.
I
This
have
is the
those. I
future
should have
of
gotten
humanoid
more of
robotics.
those. You know
And
what?
Of course,
Instead of, I'll be happy with it
Okay.
because I did buy more. So let me just be happy with that. And I'm looking to shave. They're back up at 40 something
now
percent.
humanoid robots is
I had
still in
2 at
development.
over 100.
But
I bought
meanwhile,
2,
There's one robot
and that took me
is
down to 20 something
clearly
percent. It's
at an
up
inflection point, and it
at
is
52%
basically
right now.
here, and that
Yep.
is a robot
Yep.
on wheels.
Those are it.
This is a robo
I got the 240 calls
Robo-taxi is
for
essentially an AI chauffeur.
next Friday.
Now, one of the things that we're doing today, we're announcing
I got
the
them
NVIDIA
for
Drive Hyperion. This is a big deal.
my average cost is $9.
We created this architecture
So that's going to
that
be
every
really
car
good going
company in
into
the
next
world
week, and
could
they're
create
$13
cars,
spiking up.
Vehicles
The
could be
lowest price these
commercial,
things
could be
were at was
passenger,
$6.
Could be just dedicated to robotaxi. Create
I
vehicles.
think I got them
that
at
are
around 6. Yeah, I got them at
robo-taxi
6 because I
ready.
was at above
The
100%.
sensor suite
So I got them at the low.
with surround cameras and radars.
I got now.
and
The
LiDAR,
point is to get
make it
more
possible
money,
for us to achieve
and you're
the
supposed to
highest
attack
level of
those
surround
because those are
cocoon
doing
sensor
really
perception
well, and then that's how you get your
redundancy
money up
necessary for
to
the highest level of safety.
100%. So whatever, how much ever
Hyperion
you're gonna put
Drive,
out for
Drive
that trade
Hyperion
right there.
is now designed
So you
into
want to find a
Lucid,
good trade and you want to lean
Mercedes-Benz,
into
my friend
that.
Ola
And I think I may want to lean into
the
that.
folks at Stellantis, and there are
I
many
might
other
put some
cars
more
coming.
into that. I mean, I
And
have some other ones
once
I
you
want
have
to
a
lean
basic
into.
standard platform, then developers of AV systems,
But
and
those are
there's
doing
so many
really
talented
well.
ones, Wave,
And it's
Wabi,
Nvidia.
Aurora, Momenta, Neuro, There's so many of
Their
them.
new target is
WeRide,
200.
there's so many
They
of them
are
that
at,
can
I
then
think,
take their AV system and run it
197.
on the
They
standard
still got
chassis.
$3 more to
Basically,
go.
the standard chassis has now
And that's
become
definitely the
a
breakout
computing
price.
platform on
195
wheels.
was the highest
And
prior.
because it's standard
New
and the
all-time
sensor suite is
highs.
comprehensive, all of them
Going
can
into
deploy their
November
AI to
7th.
it. Let's
We
take a quick
may
look.
look at the SPY running up some more because this puppy is going. These are over 100%. These were $10 earlier. Now they're 20. You know what? I'm gonna stick with my thesis because I have to. I really have to. We're doing well with that. I'm trying to make 2 of those free, so I'm gonna let those do their thing. I want to make some minor adjustments though.
Okay, that's beautiful San Francisco. And as you
have
can
a
see,
lot of free ones.
robo-taxi's inflection
So
point is about to get here. And in the future, 1 trillion miles a year that are driven,
So that just has to
100
go
million
through.
cars made each year. There's some 50
I
million
would love to
taxis
make
around
those
the
free.
world.
There we
It's
go.
going to be augmented
There we go.
by a
We
whole
broke through
bunch
that
of
wall.
robo-taxis. So it's going to be a very
Alright,
large
so that
market.
would be nice.
To connect it and deploy it around the world, today
If
we're
we
announcing a
can
partnership
get
with Uber.
through.
Uber, Dara K. Dara is going to, we're working together to connect these
Ooh, I could have loaded. I
NVIDIA
should have
Drive
loaded up more.
Hyperion
They were
cars
22.
into a global network.
They were
And now in the
22,
future,
but
you'll be able to hail up one of these cars, and
I just
the
want to manage
ecosystem
right
is going
now.
to be incredibly rich, and we'll have Hyperion or robo-taxi cars all over the world.
Around
This
that
is
amount.
going
That's
to
a
be
good
a
amount.
new computing platform for us,
Might be a
and
little
I'm
bit too much.
expecting
but
it to
we're
be
good with that.
quite successful. Okay.
Nvidia has robots.
So this is what we talked about today. We talked about a large number of things. We spoke about, remember, at the core of this is two platform transitions from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. NVIDIA CUDA and the suite of libraries called CUDA-X has enabled us to address practically every industry, and we're at the inflection
I got
point.
it for a really good price.
It is now
kind of
growing
inflated.
as a virtual
That's a
cycle
705
would suggest.
call.
The second inflection point is now upon us. The second platform transition, AI, from classical handwritten software to artificial intelligence. Two platform transitioning happening at the same time, which is the reason why we're feeling such incredible growth. Quantum computing, we spoke about. Open models, we spoke about. We spoke about
If I
enterprise
want to
with
do that, that
CrowdStrike
means this
and,
is going to just go
Palantir,
crazy too. So
accelerating
let me
their
just.
platforms. We spoke about
So
robotics.
I still
a
want those
new,
other. I still want to sell those other
potentially one of
guys
the
though, because I
largest
do
consumer
want to
electronics
make
and
those
industrial
free going
manufacturing
in
sectors.
tomorrow.
And of course, we spoke about 6G. NVIDIA has new platforms for 6G.
We should break.
We call it ARC.
It'd be
We have a new
nice to break
platform for robotics cars.
690
We call that Hyperion.
during
We
the
have new
market
platforms
intraday.
Even for factories. Two types of factories. The AI factory, we call that DSX. And then factories with AI, we
And
call
I
that
have
Mega.
some for
And so now we're also manufacturing in America. Ladies and gentlemen,
tomorrow.
thank you for joining us today, and thank you for allowing me to bring.
All right, that's it.
Thank you for allowing us to bring GTC to Washington, D.C. We're going to do it hopefully every year. And thank you all for your service and making America great again. Thank you.
We are getting robots.
NVIDIA's creative team does an amazing job. Welcome to GTC. We have a lot to cover with you today.
All right, that was it. That was the keynote from Jensen. Jensen himself. I think the market liked it, like a lot. I think the market loved it, enjoyed it. I think we've seen some really cool things. We are going to go into some really cool things in the future. It's going to be a really cool future. You know, um, I really want to be a part of it. We can take the Twitch down, at least from right there. As long as we're still running on YouTube, that's what like really counts. That was awesome. Tesla's recovering. Yeah, Tesla dropped a lot. I peeped game to that. Oh my gosh, Nvidia. Some more. Oh, I'm happy I got more of those contracts. I'm happy I got more of those contracts. That's the 5 minute. Insane. Nvidia might. Wow. Dude, Nvidia is ripping. Where's Apple? What is Apple doing? What are you doing, Apple? Oh, Apple's good up there. I see you up there. I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, I have to use the restroom. I'll be back. Ooh. Ooh. Nvidia! Nvidia! Headphones. Sheesh. I was like, let me see what's going on. Oh no, Trump's talking. No way. Crap. Shoot. The knife in the freaking market. Shoot. He did. He said the fucking word. Motherfucker. Trump. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look again. He's fucking tempting the market right now, man. Oh my god. I hate this motherfucker so much. Fuck. I'm scared. I'm selling a lot of shit right now. This fucking clown. Fucking clown. I'm taking a lot off the table. I'm taking a lot off the table. This one's about to sell. That one's about to sell. Why is he talking? How long is he going to talk for? Fuck. Oh my god, he's making me so fucking nervous. This motherfucker. He's making me so fucking nervous. Oh my god. What were these? 12. They dropped some. I'm selling half that. I'm selling one of them. I really hate to sell a lot of this stuff, but this motherfucker is. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't know he was talking right after Jensen. He's talking right after Jensen to put the market right back into place. Oh my god. Why is he talking right now, man? He said some tariff shit. He said some war shit. He said some nuclear shit. Like he's hitting these fucking taglines, fucking up people's fucking shit, man. And he knows what he's doing. That shit is so fucking annoying. That is so annoying. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. That's absolutely fucking ridiculous. I fucking hate this motherfucker so much. Holy shit, I should have got those. Fuck. Fuck. Please leave. Please get done. Please get done. Please get done. Please get done, man. Please get done. All right, it's about to happen right now. I'm getting ready for it. These 688s are squeezing big time. Yeah, they got me out of my 87. They got me out of my 687 big time. All right, we're squeezing up. Wow, we're starting to squeeze up. It's happening. Wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. Wow. Let's go. All right, 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 all right. We're gonna sell some of these. We're gonna take some of this off the table because this is crazy. This is crazy. Sell. We're gonna sell 10 because that's for profit plus. Holy shit. That's everything today. What's today's date? The 28th. So we just want to focus on the 28th. We want to focus on the 28th. Holy shit, it's squeezing. It's 688. All right, we're gonna sell a couple more of these. We're gonna sell 3. We're gonna keep 2. We're gonna keep 2 just in case. Um, these we're gonna sell. We're gonna sell 5 of these. We're just gonna walk them up. We're gonna just walk them up as they go. We're just gonna walk them up. That one's at 228%. That's sick. But I'm not gonna touch those because I just want to focus on today's date. Today's the 28th. And they're big. How much money do we got? All right, we still got a little bit more money. But we are squeezing some more. We are gonna hit, but this is all profit right here. I mean, we already took profit in principle. Yeah, so this is pretty much a lot of profit right here. So this thing can keep. They might fuck around and hit 690. I think they're gonna hit 690. We didn't even hit power hour yet. We didn't even hit power hour yet. I mean, I took a lot off the table. I probably shouldn't have. And you see, I sold this one contract way too early. I sold it for 90 something dollars. It's at 135. I had 2. So the other one, it just went up to 145. Awesome. I just got a play for free. A lot. And this, I got this one. Wow, the lowest this price was like 27 bucks. I got them for expensive. I got them for 50 something bucks. Okay, right there. I got them right. Okay, right around there, around 12:45. But at 11:55, 11:50, 11:45, that these things were $18. It is now $141. Like I've learned how to find these contracts like every day for really cheap, $5, $6. They go up to $100. Like, and that's where my trading is at now. The 588s are 70 something dollars right now. I bought those at my average price because I kept buying more, $38. They were actually cheaper. Those 688s went down to 7 cents, $7. So I couldn't buy them for $7, and now they're at 71 cents right now. $70. $7 to $70. That's where they are right now. So I'm definitely going to start trading all day now, especially during this moment in time, because this is absolutely incredible. Today is 10:28. Okay, we're going to keep those. We're going to keep those. We're going to watch those. All right. These are sick. All right, these are turning into real money. All right. So we're making incredible money right now. Incredible money. I don't want to say it, but it's incredible. say it, but it's actually quite incredible. I wish I wish I was so it just took me a while, like I was in a place mentally for years, and I knew where I wanted to go in my trading, and it took me so long to finally get to this point, and now I'm at this point, and my trading is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I got these contracts for $11 each. They're up to 27 each. I think I bought like 20 of them or 40 of them. One of them I had 25 of them. When they went to 200 something percent, I sold them, got them for free. So I got my money back and principal. And now they're gone. This guy is at 150. That's crazy. I lost $60 because I sold that too early. I sold that contract too early. We're gonna take some more off the table. We're gonna. Oh, I might be a little bit too late. I could be a little bit too late. We're just gonna sell two of these. We're we're just gonna walk them up. That's all we're gonna do. Walk them up. Oh, we only want to focus on the 28s. 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 So we can sell five of these. We're gonna sell five of these. We sold five of those. We sold 10 of those. We sold eight of those. What is this at? We're gonna sell you. Are we gonna sell you? Because you are a gem. I'm selling you. We didn't even hit power hour yet. I'm selling you. Alright, bang. Alright. I took that off the table. That was a big guy. We took the big guy off the table. Um, I got some little bitch ass QQQ calls, but that's not real money, so I'm not worrying about that. I'm just worrying about the real money. I don't think I really sold anything. And that's expiring like tomorrow or something. Um, how many more of these do I have? All right, these are good price. We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold those on some more. We're gonna just focus on 28s. That's it. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 contracts. All right, we're just gonna manage these 4 contracts right now. Everything else we're just gonna let go for maybe tomorrow. For now, we're just gonna manage these. Let me go get a Red Bull. Before I look at this, I'm looking at the option chain right now. All right, so our 688s are absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Um, I might buy some more of these right now. I might buy these 690s right now because I think we're gonna hit this. I think we're gonna hit 690s. I might buy those. I'm buying. I'm buying some of them. And we're gonna get some more of those. I don't even want to look at profit right now. I'm looking at my bar right there. Okay, that's not that. We're gonna just wait to. Wow, I can play the siren. Oh my God, what a day! What a day! What a fucking play! Ah, oh God, that is crazy. All right, let me see what other money is going on outside the app. Check my freaking banking account. Alright. Alright. Alright, we're good. So, oh, thank you for coming. So we have more money. We've made more money than we can lose. Even with the plays that are out. So even if these plays, they're not going to be able to go negative. They're up to too much. I would be able to sell out it. We need something sharp and fast in order for me to get out these percent. So I'm not worried about that. So, all right, so we can't go negative. We just want to watch. And I did get more of these, right? No, not those. Yeah, it was those. No, it wasn't those. Was it? Yeah, it was. No, it was these. It was these. It was these. The 690s. Because I think the 690s can do something treacherous. Oh, they're at 83%. The Nvidias. Oh, those are the other Nvidias that are up. Whoa, they went up. Wow. All right, so I'm gonna sell one. I'm gonna get my money back. I'm gonna sell it for this much right here. So the other one is just going to be principal. I mean profit. This is principal. We only had two right here. 76. Is 76% good enough? You can sell 3, get 1 free, and just let that hang. What are you doing, Nvidia? All right, we hold you. We hold you. We just want to. We don't want to limit ourselves too much, but we do want to be. We just don't want to get cut at the knees. All right, there was a lot of froth up there. I understand why this is dropping. Do I want to get rid of them? It's 228. Hmm. 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 What should we do? What should we do? This is dropping in price rather quick. Rather quick. Let's sell one. We're going to sell one. We're going to sell one and be done with that thought process. Okay. Okay. Oh, these. How much is this total? Okay. That's not going to be 60. Watch this. What time is it? It's 2:29. I'm gonna hold this. All right, that was a big push. That was a big push. We sold most of our things up top. That was a great time to sell, especially on a big push like that, because that's that's the theta right there. That was pushing through a lot of theta. So, if you think about the contracts in the market in theta, they all go together at once. So think of it like a pendulum, you know? You know how you ever see the experiment where you have something hanging like a bowling ball, and then someone put it next to their chest and then they roll it and they push it? Well, what happens with that pendulum is that the reason why it doesn't hit you back is because of like energy. And it's the same thing with these contracts. The more power that is taken out of the direction of the contract in relation to the time, the actual time, because we're dealing with zero dates. So we know at the end of the day, that's the end of the day. So time is very finite for us. And when it comes to the flows of the contracts, they are very time intensive, and that's theta. So you hear me talk about theta a lot, and that's exactly so. So we want to watch for a big theta play. So that play is a big theta play. I got to take notes on it actually, because that was a really good thing that I made a section in my notebook for when it comes to data specifically. I want to. I can't experiment with that one. Here we go, right there. Yep, that's the time frame we hit too. You gotta. Yep. Wow, wow. You know what? And you think you know something, and like I'm good at contracts and option contracts and stuff like that. But man, oh man, the more you know. And then another thing, like, man, you know what? You just gotta just keep paying attention, and you gotta keep studying. And that's what I do. I'm happy that I noticed this correlation. So there's definitely going to be another play because yesterday was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing yesterday. Like at Nvda, I'm happy I didn't sell those Nvidias. They would have been too early. We're going to hit that 690. We're going to hit that 690. Wow, they're at 133%. Did I sell it too early? I sold that one too early. The other contracts are at 135% right now. Yep. Yep. That's crazy. So if I sell one, that takes care of just two. If I sell two, I'm selling for principal and profit, and then I have two out to go. But it's just so early and it's still running, so we don't have to make a decision right now. Let's get a change in structure when it comes to Nvidia, and then we will. Yeah, this is just running right now. Why? Yeah, why? I was weary earlier, but and I sold that one way too cheap. Look at that. Look at that. We're going to definitely hit 200 today. Oh my gosh. Nvidia is going nuts right now. Going nuts right now. There's no way I'm selling Nvidia right now. No, and I'm so happy I bought those other two contracts because I bought two of them for like $6, and then I bought the other two at $13, and now they're four at $20. So I'm gonna take that. And my other one, and they don't even expire until next week. Oh no, these Nvidias. Yeah, this one's next week. And this one is this week. And this one's at 133%. All right, so I probably should have definitely pressed Nvidia. I mean, who would have fucking thought? Nvidia would have been a nice press. All right, let's get back to SPY. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right there. I think we're cool. We still got a lot of meat on the bone. A lot of meat on the bone. We had little to no drawback today, so that's good. That sucks. I don't like that. How much money do I? Okay, we still got some bread. I don't like that because of these. That alone would be insane. And that's why I did that. So this is a dip buy right here. So this is going to be a dip buy opportunity going into power hour and everything. So right now is another opportunity for you to make your money. You know what? When it comes to these pullbacks and everything, they don't tell you when. You think it may be in the middle of the day, yes, but no. I think this is where the money is going to probably be at. It's interesting. Now, throughout the day, you can definitely find your bottom so you can get your 1,000%er. And I've been doing that. That's why I have the time frame. but I didn't know that at the time. You know, it was just I knew it was important. I didn't quite know why it was important because I knew that the market was doing different things at these specific time frames. So I wanted to follow them and carry them, and that's what I've been doing. So, and that's what this is for. This time watch. Then they start catching on. Then they start really lagging. And through this, that's key. You know, that's why I take notes because I take really intimate notes inside my composition book, and I put um, really important notes up on the board that whenever I'm taking a trade or I'm wanting to make a play, I have to just go there. You know, anything more intimate, personal, I want to put there. Interesting, very interesting. So we wait, be patient. A lot of the plays are theta proof right now. I wanted those 89s. Oof, I know those the 68s. They are not in the money anymore. All right, he's finishing up. We definitely lost some value. We lost a lot of value on those. We lost a lot of value on those. And that was the gamble. That was a huge gamble right there. We lost a lot of value on them. But we're going to see. We're going to see. You know, now okay, 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 okay. It's only one. All right, so now, going into this end of day thesis, we're going to really see uh how this is going to work. Ultimately, he's done. Thank gosh, he's done. These Nvidia plays they are playing. They are playing. All right, so Trump is done. Thank God. I don't even know who I was listening to for that. I seen him. I'm like, I gotta pull you up. Like I have to pull you up. We are done on that. All right. We're gonna see what's gonna happen with that. What do I want to do over here? Um, we had 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of downtime. All right, that's not good. All right, now, I mean, anything can happen right here. You know, I wish I would have sold more at the tippy top rather than down there. I am being, well, not saved, but oh, that Nvidia is nice. Nvidia is nice. I'm not liking this spy. Ooh. This can be a fib. No, it went past the fib. It went past the fib. It went past the fib. That sucks. Royally sucks. Let me put some music on. Oh, let me go grab a drink too. Yeah. Let me go put some. going into tomorrow. What are we doing? Hmm. Going into tomorrow, I'm gonna shave. I'm shave a lot of positions actually. I shaved that one enough. You know what? We're out. Actually, let's clean up a lot of this. I should have been did that on the spy, but we cleaned up the Nvidias. I have one Nvidia expiring next week, going into next week. Is up 81%. Uh, you know what? Let's shave down on two of these. 210 plus two. That's free. That's free going forward. I'm keeping that. I'm keeping that. This right here. We want to. That's next week anyway. We just want to really, truly manage. What time is it? 2:42. So we about to get it going to power hour. Power hour is the money. That's going to make and break a lot of stuff. I mean, I did well today. I did well today. But I am an overachiever. All right. That's crazy. They went all the way up there. It's cool. I'm on your. Here we go. The 686. That's sick. All right. All right. These IWMs ain't doing sheesh. Sheesh. All right. This is going to be a very interesting hour. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab me another water ice and Red Bull. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wowzer. Sparkle. Mm. Mm. Woo! Oh, did I get it? Okay, yeah, I got it. Alright. We're gonna roll up something nice. I thought I had something. Did I put it somewhere?
China and the United States yet. Because this is just such breaking news. So
Did I put it over there? Oh, I forgot Kevin. I'm still watching Kevin. Sheesh.
And we don't have China's POV on this yet. But I anticipate China will they'll gladly say, oh yeah.
Alright, let's do some go out. We can turn you around.
The US is gonna
Wait. Wait. Well done. I got a lot. Smoke what you want to smoke. You want to stroke. Chuuu. Ooh. Like, like that. Like that. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go. I put it in the freaking book. You know, I have to get a bookmarker because there's a lot of pages that I switch in and out. I would want two bookmarks actually, one for the current day and the other one for the current note that I'm flipping through. So I have to get two really nice, cool bookmarkers. I had some really cool ones when I was younger. They're like in storage and everything. I have to get them. They're sentimental. I have a lot of sentimental people. I don't know. I'm really mushy, so I don't throw a lot of stuff away. No, I guess I I did something with it. I guess I keep looking. All right, let me just roll something up. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Now it's going to pretty much be the same thing for tomorrow too. Tomorrow's going to be lit. And tomorrow was a crazy day. Worth it. Perfect. Yeah. Hey. When Duncan J make that, hey. That's a breath of fresh air. Come on, man. What you doing, boy? What you doing, boy? All right, they're gonna make it very interesting going into this 3 o'clock. Never stop hustling. I would say like the 3:45, 3:30. I think we might see something crazy, crazy. So that little bit of research that I've done within the time frames and everything, it's a little bit of a flow to it. I was trying to see what happened with the day prior and the follow through and everything too. I don't know. I'm looking for any type of correlation to really what's going on currently during that time frame that I'm looking for that particular anomaly. So they're in here. I've been unlocking the different layers within these contracts. You know, the rest just goes into trade theory and in theory. Investing principles, stuff like that. Finding the right contract is definitely key. But what you do with it, now that is the magic. You know. Worth it. My bitch is perfect. Mrs. Perfect. Worth it. Mrs. Perfect. Hey, hey. Yeah, I fuck with Gucci. So 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 it's it's gonna be interesting this end of the day. I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen. All right, so we're in power hour. You know, we gotta get ready for the swing because things are gonna be swinging. They're gonna be swinging for 10. All right, we're gonna get ready for that. I put some prices on there. We're gonna see. All right, we're gonna see what you're gonna do. All right, we're in happy hour, power hour. This is it. This is it. Mm-mm. Hmm. No, it'll hurt you. No, it'll hurt you. No, it'll hurt you. No, it'll hurt you. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. 2019, they tried to give me the Grammy. 2005, they tried giving me the chair. Damn, 14 years, man. Changes everything. You know, grinding shit. Hey, 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 we hitting. There we go. Come on. Come on. 690. Yo, 690. We make another nut. We make another nut. We hit this 690. Mm. I'm listening to some music right now. I can't even hear myself talk. I'm listening to Gucci. Your mama look like she's dragging a wagon. Could have sworn it was magic. Well, damn.
I was wearing my rush while tipping my chest cause I ain't even had no beat. I stopped complaining about my shoes, I saw them and had no feet. Nobody would throw your dog a bone and they had nothing to eat. I just wanna see that Gucci table, but I ain't even got no seats. I ain't got no time but Nvda money, niggas be broken by me. Nigga think I spent mine all on jury, they must be a dummy. I'm hiding outside in they face, they don't see me coming. I never wanted to go to space, just point me to the money. I ain't wanna go to college, went straight to the league. Start selling candy in school, then I graduated to weed. Home with the neighborhood OGs, but none of the game was free.
I started selling candy in school. And that shit definitely graduated to weed. That shit. Kids don't want candy no more. I didn't even smoke. Yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, that's in far. That's a no. Yeah, personal no. That's a no. Fuck you on that business call. It's Gucci. Hey, 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 hey. Coming at yourself. I wish I would have caught this shit yesterday and be cognizant of it yesterday. I mean, I run this concept like every day, every single day. You know, I just apply it in different places. It's just insane at the end of the day. This concept, whatever it's called, but it's all about the numbers. Hey, 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 ha, 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 ha. Yo, this shit go crazy right now. Should know. Business for. This is mango. This is mango water ice. It's alright. Nothing's better than a rainbow water ice though. Alright, these joints are going to go crazy. You know, I got 3 more of these. I'm not selling them where I will. Where they were? Where they were is crazy. But you know, it's still early. It's 3:10. Hey. Woody boo. Woody boo, woody boo. Swap. In my heart. Hey. I don't nobody. Nobody. Hey. 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 Mm-mm. 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 It's done. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm the point like I'm the dot. I fuck with Kodak. It's in my heart. It's in my heart. Now blue. Now smoke. This is hope. For sure. TN2. I fuck with that, John. Hey. 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 Oh, break even price. Oh, that's 20 cents. Oh, give me that. You can. You can. Oh, I feel like Ric Flair from '06. Hey. It's about to do something crazy. We just gotta wait. We gotta wait. It's gonna be a big, big half an hour. Excuse me, I'm dying because we're leading into tomorrow. This is huge. All right, so we gotta watch these levels. What's good, Gucci man? Hey, hey, hey. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia still going stupid. Still going stupid. I sold my Nvidia is way too early. 172%. Are you? They were at 20 a fucking pop. It says this is at 30. That would have been 4 at 40. 4 8 120. That's crazy. I lost double my value. That's fucking insane. That's $120. That's crazy. I mean, I sold everything for principal profit. Get me. Hey, hey, hey. What's next week? That's next week. Those are good. Looking jelly. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Outside the coop like melanin. Hey. I'll pop champagne till I'm tipsy. Ain't no mystery in my history. Hey. Like Zion before the injury. Hey. Sticky. Hey. Yellow. Uh, 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 uh. Hey. Hey. Hmm. 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 Interesting. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Well, I mean, there's a lot of hey, hey, hey. Look at this. There's still a lot of time. There's still a lot of time. Look at this, and we still have this right here. 688. What? Yeah, 40. Hey, 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 hey. Uh, uh, uh. Hey, hey. She gave me a head for an hour. Hey. Uh, Hey. You know what? I see how I could have played this better, and I have to make a note of that. You see, stuff like that, I like to put into my notebook and my journal. I'm not going to write it on, on screen because this goes in a specific section, like for my notes and such. And this is going to go to this trading section. Help me for that area. So this is going to go into my entry section because where's my entries? Right here. Yeah. I want to fix that. Trading is so much about entries because if you're late, if you're early, you're late. You know, you're late. And you better be right on direction. We're in the bullish market, so you can be late, but you can be too early too. You know. All right, so we have a little bit of up to go, and I want to work on my entries. I'm a little fresh out the city. No more. Say no more. Say no more. Yeah, say no more. 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 Say no motherfucking more. Say no more. Say no more. Say no motherfucking more. If they get no money, say no more. Say no more. Say no more. You better listen to Pippin up with this bitch in position. Listen. Hey, 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 hey. All right, it's gonna happen soon. We're gonna break. We should break up to the upside. I want to put it at 68. I hope we can hit 690. It's gonna happen within the next couple minutes. Well, no, we have like a half an hour, but we gotta look out for it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it's cool. But at least we're here for it to happen. We want that. We want the opportunity. In the market, my thing is, I tell my peoples every day, I grab my spear and I grab my shield and I go in the fucking bush. I go in a hunt. We looking for the right contracts. We looking for the right entries. Because if I tell you how much I made today, you probably wouldn't laugh so hard about the spear and the shield. You know, because you're hunting. You know, every day I got to hunt. I don't make money through a fucking, I go to job. I go to a job and make money. You know, I don't got the opportunity to do that. I wish I did, but I don't. You know, I gotta find these contracts every day. I gotta do well every day. Every day I do math all day, every day. Look at these charts. I'm reading, I'm listening. If you want to watch these. It's full of envy. All right, here we go. It's about to happen. It's going to happen soon. It's going to squeeze up. This is a grind up. It's going to happen soon. Get ready. It's going to be quick. Now, when it happens, I got to hurry up and sell certain things. Depending on the time and how much I'm making, I might let something run going into different time frames. But we're creeping up and these contracts are going up. You know, we see a little bit of green, but I mean a little bit of red at times, but this is too strong going into the close. This is real strong going into the close. This is going to be nice. This could be really nice. Right now, I need the 690s. If my 690s go off, we can maybe hit 2 commas today. I'm sorry, not 2 commas, but 2 racks. We got a rack right now. If we can, it might be 6. What's this break even? I think it's like 6:30. I think it's like 6:30. Yeah. We have to hit 3. I'm sorry, 690 60. 690 60. And we hit 690 16, then we hitting 2 racks. We making 2 racks today. All right. All right, come on, baby. Yo, this can be crazy. Come on, this can be crazy. This is you, what you did to me, and the daughter and the son for me, and the son for me. Oh, woo, woo, woo. Woo. All right, you're meeting. All right. All right, let's do some decisions. Yeah, I'm focused on the mission. Yeah. Faking injuries. All right, we're going to sell this one too. No, we're going to hold you. Let's go. All right, what are we doing? Okay. All right, you sold. All All right, we're gonna sell. Uh, we're gonna sell one more of you, just in case. All right, we're gonna let a runner run. We're gonna let the runner run. That's cool. Ew. Oh, yo, one more fucking dollar. I hit two fucking racks today. If I hit that fucking dollar, if we hit, yo, uh, yeah. I'm listening to fucking Guwop by making this fucking money too. It's crazy. I fuck with Guwop. That's just, haters keep my name in their mouth, but fucking acknowledge me. Yeah. Yeah. My Q's went up 100%, 125%. Let's go. I have 3 of them. I sold those for a principal profit a long time ago. This is all profit on them. That's at 125% right now. It is 9:28. We got to be careful on the time. But we want that price tag up there. That QQQ, I got to get that out my way. I really don't care about that. I'm selling that. I don't want that on my screen. You can have that. I got bigger money on the line. All right, that's 180% right there. What are we going to do? We're going to be responsible or irresponsible? This is 130% right here. All right, we're going to sell this one. All right, let's fucking go. All right, boom. Oh shit, they sold. What's this? Damn, these joints sold. That's cool. 28s. We just want to focus on the 28s. All right, it's 330. Sell. I'm happy with this. What's the price? 688. That was tough. All right, we're gonna wait. All right, auto sell. I'm so happy they popped off automatically. That sell. That was brilliant on my part. That's sick. That was so brilliant on my part. I put it in pre-sale for a price that I was okay to sell them at. I like being brilliant nowadays. All right, so we're gonna run with those. These are up 50%. We're gonna let them run, just in case. So the thing about the 90s is that there was an auto sell on them. They hit the spike, and they sold automatically. Do I care about anything else right now? This is at 300 something percent right now. Do I want to keep it or no? We keep it. I don't know. This Nvda did go up some more. Oh no, it's still at 30. But remember, I have 4 at 20. I sold 3 at 20 for 60, but I lost value because that was 48120. I could have made another 60 off that right there. I sold that way too early. That's crazy. But you know, you gotta sell at different points because it's like, you know what? I'm gonna sell this. No. What do we have today expiring? Let's focus on these. We could get another spike. All right. 28s. All right. So I'm positioned for tomorrow. I don't think I have any puts. That's too big though. This Nvidia is at 200% right now. What is Nvidia doing? Nvidia! What are you doing? Chill, Nvidia! I want to sell you! I want to sell you, but you're going up too high, bro. Holy shit. Yo, these things were at $7. There's at $32 right now. That's crazy. I got them nice and cheap down there too. Oh, some just sold. What sold? It's a good day. Wow, this is it too. This is our second run up right here. I can't buy anymore, can I? Are we going for it? All right, I'm so happy I kept those. All right, I just bought some more contracts too, just in case. And we still got some runners too, so we're gonna see. We have a couple more minutes. It is 3:33 right now. 333 triple three going into the end of day. Today was a really good day. Fuck. If it would have hit that, I mean, it can still hit it, but I sold because I'm like, what the fuck, Like I don't want to get caught. Oh, let me see those contracts. Yeah, these are auto sell. That was brilliant, 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 brilliant. I'll put on that auto sell. This the sell limit. I can teach you how to do that too. Um, how to do that math. Everything's gonna go down to math, especially math when it comes to the time. Um, Tessie, what are you doing? Tessie! I. Why are you running inversely with the fucking spy? You see, look at that sell off. You see, and that's exactly why I sold everything and the different things that I did when I did, because of that shit right there. Because every time you go down in price, going towards the end of the day, that squeezes the contracts. Okay, but that can do two things though. That can squeeze a call contract really cheap. But if we're going to run up anyway, it's going to squeeze it down to 2, but it's going to pump the 30. You know, so it can hurt give and take, but we don't want to go into the end of the day and it goes into a sell off. You know, because just like it can go up and those things go from 2 to 30, it can go down really quick and it can go from 2 to 30 real quick. So when it goes 2 to 30 on the bottom, just imagine what it's doing to the top and onto those contracts that you have up there just hanging out. So you really want to be careful now. That's with the zero dates. Tomorrow, when it comes to SPY, now different contracts are going to have different theta decay rates of theta decay. Look at this, you see? And this is why I had some emergency puts too. I had some emergency puts, but I sold them. Because I'm just not going to go balls to the wall like I usually do. But I sold them like too early. You see, this is at 300%. I should probably just sell this. I'm selling that. Tomorrow there's going to be so much price action. I'm selling that. That's at 300%. Nvda, thank you. I appreciate you. I want capital for tomorrow. I'm getting out of that too. I'm totally out of Nvidia. Why didn't these sell? All right, it's looking like it's selling off now. All right, so I'm happy I made the plays. Sometimes you got to take that money immediately. Why didn't you sigh? That's there. What are you? Let's clean this one. Let's clean this up. All right, tomorrow is gonna be fucking Super Bowl. Tomorrow's the Super Bowl. People hurt people. Hurt people. And people hurt people. Hurt. So they hurt people. Uh, Hurt people. People. Sell off. Crazy. Whoa. Whoa. And this is why you gotta watch it. I don't feel any of this drawdown. Wow, I don't feel any of this drawdown. Fuck, I sold my puts too early. Shit. Shit. I sold my puts way too early. Shoot. Shoot. Ah! And I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I sold my puts way too early. Shoot. You see? And it's errors like that that fucking stopped you from making fucking $1,000 a day. Fuck. Fuck. That could have been an extra $100, $200. You gotta be freaking kidding. I'm so pissed right now. What can I do? Can I get in there? Can I maybe correct it instead of just raging right now? End of day, end of day. Can I get anything end of day? Anything end of day? I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I can't believe I did that. What time is it? 3:40. So this is the money today. You see? If you would have opened those contracts up like right there, look at all this confirmation right now. This is the 1 minute right here. Now look, we were looking for that upside. We were already positioned for that upside. That's cool. Right there. I sold my puts I sold my puts too early. I was supposed to keep them open because they're protective. You know, protect towards the end of the day, towards the upside or downside. And this is what happens. I screwed that up. Ridiculous. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed at myself. That's crazy. You see, and there's been so many days I've been so close to making a fucking G. And it's shit like that that stopped me. Look at that! Fuck! I sold them way too early. Way too early. Look at this. Everything's selling off. Is that Tesla? What is Tesla doing? Tesla, Microsoft, SoFi, Nvda, Meta, AMD. Everyone's selling off. Tomorrow. Oh my God. Everything's selling off. That's the market. Everything's selling off. Everything's selling off. Incredible. Incredible. My puts would have killed. My puts would have killed. Wow. Absolutely incredible. So the thing about the time in these contracts is the closer to the end date of the expiration. For me, I trade 0 dates. These things are moving. And this is why you can't get into them past a certain time. Oh, wow. So this is huge. So we had an amazing day today. Amazing day today. Amazing day. Really good day. We had a comma today. Well, we made a comma today. We already had a comma. Ugh. Wow. Sick. I'm going to get together a really good game plan today. I'm going to get together a really good game plan leading into tomorrow so we can be ready. Because tomorrow is going to be huge. Absolutely huge. I'm done trading right now. I do want to see the rest of the day so it can. Big boy Diamond. She like the way I be vibing. I fuck with Kodak. But a new gun in the dirt. Big boy Diamond. Yo, today was sick. Today was sick. Today was sick, man. Your boy been putting in some work. Your boy been putting in some work. Your boy been putting in some work. He's been working his ass off over the past few months. It feels good to see that my hard work is paying off. And it's paying off in dividends. I shouldn't have sold those puts. I sold them too early. Sick. I want the cash. I don't want the credit. Fuck that. Give me that cash, boy. Oh, wow. Delete. Hey. 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 Big booty. Hey. 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 Big booty. Big booty. Big booty. Big booty. Hey. 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 Like I'm Martin and Eugenia. Hey. 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 Ah. That was that. and all that. Yeah, for weeks. Hey, hey, after the cheek, Aston cheeks. Hey, 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 hey. She's an athlete. Hey, the piece. Uh, uh, uh. Big booty hole. Big, big, big booty. Big, big, big booty. Metro boy wants some more. Listen, wasn't me that asked you. But to myself, I don't wanna know if you playing me. Keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. Vaping, please don't let it show. Oh, baby, I don't wanna know. Mm, 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 Ooh, I never heard that line. Yeah, I am. Ooh, that's hard. Mm. Wanna know if you plan me, keep it on the line. I can't take it. Please don't let it show. Oh, baby, I just wanna know. Hey, what you used to do to me, I'm better off that way. More than I can say. Oh, ooh. Well, look, I opened some more puts. You know, I wasn't gonna talk all that shit about me not opening up puts and me not opening up more puts. So of course I open up puts. The fuck I look like? I'm a trader. I trade what's in front of me. You're my baby. But I still feel alone. My homemade home on my phone. I just wanna know if you playing me, keep it on the low. And my heart can't take it anymore. Don't let it show. Oh, baby, I don't wanna know. You play me, keep it on the low. And I can't take it anymore. Baby, I don't wanna know. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I wonder what can they do? You know, I mean, like the day is done. You know, like the move moved. You know. But I do want to see it out though. I do want to see it out the whole way. You know, I'm gonna probably start streaming like every day because, I mean, the whole market every day. I'm sorry, I already stream every day, but the whole market, and that was the killer right there. Well, 52, man. There's no more zero dates. Well, you can't buy any more zero dates. You can just manage them at this point in time. You can just sell out of them. Maybe open up a spread. Nah, you probably won't be able to open up a spread. Hey. And my shooters, they shooting. Oh God. And she give it though. All right, that's done. I'll take that. That's done. All right. Well, today was an awesome day. Today was such an amazing day. A really good day. The last 2 days were really dreary, really hard to trade, really tough to trade. No good trades. Go to the mata, cha cha, pata, woke. On my side is the movie, blue cheese. I'm gonna stick to this paper like loose leaf. Yeah, I gotta. I'm gonna practice my English rapping, my English spoke. I still got some racks in the trap house. Sitting my bitch at roof, Chris. Blowing her back out. Wow, today was sick. Tomorrow, man. So in my notebook, in my journal, I have notes for FOMC days and for OPEC days. Well, I mean tomorrow's a FOMC day, so there's a particular way that I like to trade for the FOMC days because you can literally only trade FOMC days, and you don't gotta trade. And if you hit the right spots, and I've been studying it the past couple FOMC days. I picked up on this years ago. And that's the point. That's one of just the things that was really hurting me all these years because I knew where I should be thinking and where I should be going and where I should be and everything, and it just hurt. It was just so depressing. And then I just been trying to get to this framework for years because I knew where I had to go and I knew what I had to learn. That's why I knew I had to transition out of what I was doing because I was just a small part of the market. What I was doing was really good and really profitable. It made me a lot of money and opened up my eyes to a lot of things. And then that's when I knew I had to open up to this style of trading. Someone mentioned it to me once, and I just wasn't ready for it. And I told him that. I said, I hear what you're saying. I'm not ready for that yet because I have to focus on what I'm doing now. Because focus is really important. There's a lot going on in the world around you in your life, and especially when you come to trading. There's a lot going on. You know, with the different, stocks and personalities and people and why it's going up, why it's going. I mean, there's just so much going on. So I knew where I had to put my focus into and where I had to go. I just needed the time and space, and I know I'm in a time crunch in my life, but you know, once I solve this puzzle and put this together, then I can start to move on. I've lost things in the past and I have to let that go. And I have, but I had to focus on my trading because the stuff that I have been learning over the years, and I mean, this is just a accumulation of years. Someone told me about a journal like 5, 6 years ago, and I knew I should have made a journal. Because when they was talking to me about it, I was like, I had already had the thought. But I was like, man, it's so. I was like, I'm already a big fucking nerd. I don't need to be a bigger nerd to be, with a freaking journal. I'm like a little girl, but it has been one of the most pivotal things that changed my life, actually. And just even the thought of a journal. I made fun of little girls just then, but you can put your thoughts and your emotions into that journal so you can, maybe just go back and understand, why, you were feeling a certain way when a certain thing happened. And so just me having my daily trading journal just gave me that thought, and I was thinking about having like a personal journal too. Actually, maybe I should. Um, but the trading journal has definitely changed my life. I recommend everyone to get it. Everything you see on my page is the way I formatted it. I didn't take this from anyone or a concept. This is all my original thought. I add stuff all the time. I clean it up and everything all the time. Speaking of cleaning up, let's. Well, I think we're looking for new lows. Well, we're gonna have the low. Let's fill some of this stuff out now. Get it out the way. So, trading journal has definitely changed my life and perspective. Helped my trading immensely, immensely, immensely. I can't see how I was even trading before without it. You're so bare. Who are you not to think you don't need notes? Who are you to think that you don't need to look at certain things? There's certain things you need to look up and bring on the spot. You don't need to, I don't need to click. You know, I may have to, click on here and do some scrolling, but I can look to my left. I have my journal. I can look over here, or I can keep this up. Then I can look into my personal notes and my journal. It's just such a big flex to have all the information to my disposal, at my disposal, and no one else, and I don't have to get it from anyone else. I can just put everything down. So this was beautiful. This was beautiful. The 688s were crazy today. And the 689s, they fared me a lot of money today. That's huge. That's huge right there. That's huge. That's huge. So that's huge right there. This is gap up. We're playing a SPY. This is SPY contracts. These are the different strikes, the calls and the puts that I look throughout the day. Then on top of that, we have our gap up, and it was filled. So GUF. That was gap up filled. Our gap up was filled, so that was good. The only imbalance we have is the 682 unfilled gap unfilled gap. Ooh. And we're going to do the same thing here just so we can have it here. And to the downside, unfilled gap, just like this. Yeah. I have them in the notes, the days and everything. Those are important. But we know that they are, and they're going to carry through too. Or you know what? Maybe. All right, we're gonna put other notes here. Gap. Gap. Paste. Every crouton. Like a coupon. Y'all, I fuck with Key Glock. I fuck with Key Glock. Hey, 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 hey. All right, and we have our. So we're not in a range. We're not in a range. That's why we have no range, no range. E. So these are some of the things that I usually do after stream. When the stream is off. I just come back in here, do some notes. So today is Tuesday, 10/28. We trade the SPY. We have FOMC on Wednesday. That's huge. We have 10 a.m. consumer sentiment that happened. That was good. Nvidia EV event at 12. That's huge. We have SPY pre-market today. We had a high of 687.03 high, and we hit a low at 684.81. That was pre-market today. We have no box range. We are in no range. Okay. We have two gaps that have been unfulfilled. The 682 and the 672 unfilled gap. So we have two gaps. So this is like a new section right here. Like, you know, whenever a new idea or something pop up, that's when I add it. And I had the box range up here because I thought it would be good above this, but okay, we have the open and close, the high, the open and close. I think we're fine with that. We are at 607. That's crazy. 687.05. Look at what they did. Look at this. Our open. Yeah. Yo. This is funny. They are funny. They have jokes. These money makers, money markers, market makers are funny. LOL. This is our open and close today, bro. Look at this. This is sick. That's funny. I like that. I like small little weird shit like that. That's so funny. Right? Am I right? Am I right? Open 687.03. Open at 703. Close. Yeah. That's so cool. I don't know. I like shit like that. You know, you gotta laugh. You know, making a G today wasn't doesn't hurt. Um, all right, so this is the full notes. Actually, this is full notes. We went through full notes today, except for like right here. You know, well, got yourself a gun. You got yourself living in the time behind enemy lines. You got yourself a gun. You got yourself a gun. You got yourself a gun. Take what I want. This is when Trump got on. Trump brought that shit right back the fuck down when Jensen came on. He was like, hold on. Fuck. He said, no. Fucking Trump, motherfucker. The boss of rap. You see me in your belly with thoughts of. All right, we're gonna add a 1:30 time frame on here too. This is my football field. This is high of day right here. HOD 688.90, correct? 688.90, 688.90. And then that was when we should have sold everything at that point in time right there, of course. You know, we didn't. We waited a little bit longer than we sold. You know, at that time we were already hundreds of percent on top. So it didn't necessarily matter at that point in time. And then we ran it. So yeah, so it was in here in lower day, run up to the SRR. If I wasn't, I must have been Escobar. This is the run up at 11:30. So we really didn't necessarily have. Oh, I guess the 11:30 shift structure change happened at 10:38. High of day. Then we went down until 11:36 low of day. Right here was the best time to buy. 1:30. And then we took it down. I guess we can do that. Why do that? What the fuck? You see, I wasted more keystrokes deleting it. You know, I put in the wrong thing and then I deleted it, put in the right thing. And then I'm like, yo, why would I even go through that when I can just put the whole word, you know? So that I wasted more keystrokes and more time to explain my thought and explain everything of why, you know, instead of putting an acronym, you can just spell out the whole word, you know? I think I'm starting to have a pet peeve about that, you know? Like, why abbreviate? You know, just write the whole thing, you know? Ugh, moving on. Rant's done. High of day, and then we ran it out there. Boom. This was nice. This was a nice run up right there. It happened at 227, right? 127, 227. Yeah, no, 15 is 3. Automatic last brother. Oh, we got yourself a gun. No, 1500. 1500 is 3 o'clock. What I want, right? Yourself a gun. You got yourself a gun. And yourself a gun. This was the retest right there. This was the retest. Huh, interesting. So higher day was at 330. 330. Um 330. Oh, second la man. And go lose. And broken higher day. Watch. To lose. You second la man. This was probably the best right there. 1421. What's your what's your all right. Full notes. Full notes. I think this is maybe I think I sometimes usually do the full notes. I don't really trade the whole day. So today was a really good day. Today was an amazing day. 28th. Tomorrow we are going to bring the pain like we did today. We're going to do even better tomorrow. I'm gonna try and make it a full legit 2G day. I'm gonna try and make 2Gs tomorrow. Last time, uh, uh, last FOMC, I did really well. No, put some of the principles that I've learned in play and did really well. It worked. I made a few $100. But now we have a lot more money. We have a lot more capital, and we have a lot more data, um, skills and everything. You'll be surprised to, someone can be like an electrician. They're a professional and everything, but a new concept of something can come out, and they just need like a short class so they can understand, because they're a professional. Like that's what they do. Rather than someone that's not in the profession and you have to learn the whole concept around something. So that is essentially what happened with me when I started making that transition with this new trading style that I've developed. Now my opening trades they're all stellar, awesome. Except for today I didn't take the trade because there's other things I wanted to go into today. But I wish I would have taken that trade in the beginning. That would have been nice. But that was no, they'll give you an easy trade in the beginning of the day. If you got something to do, you can get paid by 11. You can get paid by 10:30. Honestly, you can. You will. And I did that for like a month. I took the money and done by 11. So you're gonna see a lot of streams. I was done trading by like 11:30, 12 because I took the easy money. I took the quick, easy money, and because I didn't feel like dealing with a lot of other shit. So since then, built the capital up, built my confidence up, built everything. Everything's built up. I'm getting back to my old self. So everything's in now. I want to hammer that shit, and that's what I do. Every day. Monday was whack. Friday was whack, but we made that shit up actually. All right, I'm out of here. I love whoever's watching. If you hear me out here in the ether, see me. I'll be on tomorrow.
Tomorrow is PAL day. It's going to be huge. So I'm bringing the fucking pain tomorrow. Like it's going to be like amazing. I'm so excited. Like excited. I want to drink this whole thing of NyQuil so I can just wake up tomorrow. You know. So I'll see you tomorrow. And nice trading today. Beautiful trades today. Awesome trades today. Beautiful. Beautiful. Came around, mama.